Rocking and fucking rolling and fucking rocking and fucking rolling and fucking
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? I hope we're all doing superb. Trying something a little different this time. I've been meaning to set up a dual YouTube and Twitch stream for a long while, and finally gotten around to doing it, but YouTube is very much in its infancy. It's just like, it feels like I'm streaming for the first time again. I'm actually nervous, but YouTube is in its infancy. There's still a lot we need to set up there. Badges, emotes, a dual chat combination thing where I can read and people can see both YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to try and manage both chat windows today, but obviously if you're on one and not the other, you won't be able to see what other people are saying. So if I say something and you're reading chat and it doesn't make any sense, it's probably because it's over on the other channel. That is my guess anyway. Anyway, 07, and welcome. Do let me know, well, I suppose on either YouTube or Twitch, if something's gone wrong. If, you know, you can't see the screen, you can't see what I'm showing in the background or whatever, let me know, and I will do what I need to do to try and fix it. Because, yeah, I think the last time I streamed on YouTube was 2016, 2015? And it was a nightmare. It was when YouTube just started allowing streaming, and it was just chaos. Now, it seems a lot more easy because there's so many more things you can do, and oh, that's a bit low res, isn't it? Let's just turn that up. So yeah, we'll try it again, see if we can get it going on a regular basis and like with my normal streams. If you're new to Twitch or you don't usually watch me stream on Twitch, it's 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, between 2 and 6 p.m. GMT time. Anyway, let me try and say hello to everybody. Firstly, Bert, Rickan, thank you so much for the resubs. Let's get some beers and party. We also need to set up the whole stream deck to push out these emotes. I literally finally get a stream deck set up to automate all the emote stuff, and I need to do it again on YouTube. So let me just say hello to everybody on Twitch first. Sandman, Balth, Zul, Rickan, of course. Who else we got? Where are you? You're all chatting before I was even live. Apoc, Rofus, Dismal, Zozda, Johnny, Dex, Loki, Quantum Kit, Spillane, Victura, Riddick, Mift, Jones, Les, Mithras, Academy, Bert, of course, Glut. We're getting there. Ice Bandit. Not Ice Bandit. I don't know. I see Ice Bandit. That's why I only say Ice usually, because it confuses me. Calpin. And I think that's everybody for YouTube. Oh no, X-Ray. 07 Twitch. And then for YouTube, let me try and... what am I doing? Flipping heck. Yo, Blazing Apples. How you doing, 07? So, on YouTube, Jay, always with the first comment. Thank you, my friend. How you doing? Jonathan, Cat and Tavern, Julio, Thomas P. Thank you for joining as a member, by the way. I do appreciate that. That's one of the reasons why, another reason why I wanted to stream on YouTube is because if you join on Patreon, I can directly ask you for your referral code, your name to shout out, and for the word cloud and so forth. Whereas if you join on YouTube, there's no real easy direct way of communicating. But streaming allows me to actually see you guys and say hello. So thank you, Thomas. Kevlar, Massey, NJ, Valshan, Jay the Mitch, Sandman, of course, who's our head mod, by the way. Do treat him with respect, otherwise he'll have you. Cormac, Apoc, what are you doing over there? Crazy bear. Oggy, who else? Charlie, Cats and more cats, how you doing? Cannon, Dan, Alcatraz, X-Ray, you're everywhere as well. I think we've got everyone. So this Thursday, new ship video and ship sales. Polaris over 999. I don't know. Wasn't it 750 to start with? It's definitely going to have gone up, but yeah, I don't know how much it's going to be now. I would say more under the 1,000 mark, but I would not be surprised if it's somewhere over or around that mark. Deacon, Ice Viper 07, welcome. Motherfig 07. Thank you, Apoc. Marcon, did I say hello to you yet? I don't know if I have. You're hoping for around 850 to 900, Johnny. Are you going to buy it? Thomas, how you doing? Ahoy. Thank you. 2 Thomases. Thomas P. Thank you for joining us. Thomas Kunz. Ahoy. So yeah, we'll see how it goes with the whole chat. Now, again, if you're new to my Twitch streams, I try to say hello to everybody and try to answer everybody, which has been getting a little harder of times. When we reach the sort of 200 numbers on Twitch, it gets a bit difficult to keep up with the chat because it can get a bit crazy. The Polaris, Deacon. But it's, we'll see how we get on. All I can do is try. Once I can merge the chat, then it should be a little easier for me as well to focus. Welcome, Riddick. Am I going to be using the Intrepid for the Pyro off-grid? Do you know, I was actually thinking about that. I love the cutter, and it's a very much unique off-grid style ship. Because it just looks like a van. That you would, we all have that friend who owns something like a transit van who just sleeps in it. In fact, I have about 3 people I know that do that. So, the cutter was always well designed for this. The Intrepid is a bit of a step up from the cutter, I would say, in terms of... well, I don't know. Maybe not in terms of, like, stats, but in terms of visual. It's like a completely different visual, isn't it? I think I may give it a go. The thing with the off-grid series versus the Zero to Hero stuff is the off-grid is often more of a one-off episode where I just use whatever ship that comes to mind. Usually the Vulture, because I can make money with that while I'm off-gridding, or anything else, really. And with Pyro, if we get some really unique loot, which we're supposed to be doing, then using whatever ship I can come across, or whatever ship I want to use, should be beneficial anyway, because what I intend to do is go out and hunt for things, loot things from players and NPCs, you know, if they're dead players and whatnot. And then, if they're exclusive to Pyro, bring them back to Stanton and sort of sell them. Trade in Stanton, but scavenge in Pyro. So what I'm saying is, yes, I think I will try giving the Intrepid a go with the off-grid stuff. Now, I actually jumped into Pyro today. I was trying to record a video looking at the... what's the name of the CFP place? I can't think of the name. It's on Monarchs, Pyro 2. Jackson's Swap. Now, that's my favorite place, Jackson's Swap. It's just such a cool trade post, but within the vicinity of it, as we saw on Twitch the other day, there's like 20, maybe 10 or 20 different little points of interest dotted around there as well. So I wanted to show that off, and unfortunately, due to bugs like falling through the planet, even though I did have my Pisces, I couldn't fly my ship, so I got halfway through a video. There's Polaris everywhere, so that kills the frame rate massively. But also, last night I jumped in to go and check out a couple of places, landed in my Cutlass Red, got shot at by a player on the ground with a P4. I bobbed and weaved towards him, did a little judo chop and knocked him out, picked up his weapon to shoot him, realized he'd run out of ammunition and he drew a pistol on me once he'd woken up and shot me. So I was kind of like gloating in my head that I managed to knock this guy out who was just literally shoot on sight, but then he ended up killing me anyway. So I ulted forward and got out of there because I couldn't be bothered reloading and going back in. Hyper, how you doing? Welcome. Boogie, welcome guys. 07. Let me try and catch up. So, main thing I see the cutter having over the Intrepid is the cargo area. You can store bigger... That's true. You can store a vehicle in there, or at least a bigger vehicle than you can in the Intrepid, but you do get more cargo space in the Intrepid. So it's kind of like a... you know? You expected me to look like a strong, burly Swedish man. Did I let you down, Otok? Welcome, by the way. CMD, how you doing? 07, guys. Do you know, perhaps, why my TOBII eye tracker is reacting to my eye movement when it is actually disabled? No, I mean, I assume you've gone into your settings. You have two settings. You have in your cockpit and on foot at FPS. Make sure that both are set to 100% head movement and nothing in eye tracking, but you do have both cockpit, pilocy, and FPS. So you've got to make sure that each is individually set up. Definitely has the better interior. The cargo pods for the Intrepid are more accessible though. Could be more accessible. I mean, I do prefer the interior of the Intrepid versus the cutter personally. Got into a firefighting obituary yesterday. How did that turn out? Congratulations, Hyper. Happy to hear that, my friend. Bear, welcome. Oh man, between my sleep being off and you going away to CitizenCon, I feel like I ain't seen you stream in a decade. Thank you for all the YouTube comments, by the way. The constant comments. Much appreciated, mate. How you been? Flymo, 07. I think the Intrepid will be 100... You think it'll be that much? I'm hoping it'll be more under the £100 mark. I feel like it should be. Just turn that down a bit. LGA, how you doing? We are kind of scavenger spirits, excited to form a proper expedition to Pyro. I've been avoiding content so I can have fresh eyes. No, I don't. I think a lot of people are doing that, understandably as well. It's, you know, if I didn't have the access and I wasn't a content creator, I would probably avoid all spoilers and so forth, because I really wanted to experience that jump through to Pyro for the first time. In my head, it was like when it goes live. But in reality, it's just never going to happen. I would have got there much earlier. Senny, Mudman, welcome. So yeah, understandably, avoid the spoilers as and when needed, 100%. I mean, we will be jumping in and playing some 4.0 today, but I'll give you enough warning of when it's going to happen. Xantheron, welcome. How you doing? Golden voice, I like it. Vash, you just watched it. Thank you so much. What doc do you think about the Corsair after the nerfs? What do I think about it? So the way I see these sort of nerfs and buffs and whatever is just balancing. This, you know, at the end of the day, you look at every single ship, every single weapon, component, vehicle, all their abilities, their stats and so forth. They're all out of whack. Nothing is finished and as it should be. So inevitably there are going to be a lot of tunings and ups and downs. You know, certain things will go down, certain things will go up. Whether they are accurate or appropriate is yet to be seen until they have everything at a baseline where things make sense and then they can make adjustments from there. So whenever I see anything, even like when we get a new ship and I see all the stats and the specs and the loadouts and stuff, I ignore it generally. I don't really pay attention because up until now and release of like 1.0 and somewhat beyond, we're going to see a lot of fluctuations in all aspects of stats and specs. Not to mention, when we start getting the Maelstrom physical damage system, the meta's going to go away anyway, so DPS and all this sort of stuff won't matter. It'll be physically based on where you're hitting, with what you're hitting, and what's behind what you're hitting. So, for me, whenever there's a nerf or a buff, I just completely don't care, because it all needs to make sense in the long run, and at this time, it doesn't. Like I say, though, whether it's the right choice or the wrong choice is yet to be seen, but until they get everything to a point where they feel it's right, they then can't make... That's when they can make the minor tunings and tweaks. Hazelnut, how you doing, Loki? No, I actually... The Avenger Titan, I do prefer other ships to that now. Mostly based on visuals and the interior. I do love the Titan. I've had one since 2015, but... I personally just like these other ships, like the Cutter, the Intrepid as well. I prefer that to the Titan for the time being. But yeah, just because maybe it's because it's a bit more visually refreshing than anything. Balok, welcome. I remember your video with your brother. Years ago, he went through a breakup and... you know, just sort of stepped away with everything, focused on work and focused on moving and everything that went on there. And then for a good sort of year and a half, he couldn't do anything. So I took the channel in a different direction because it was just me doing it, where we would do all sorts of stuff. And I just then focused on Star Citizen because it was what I was interested in. And it took off as Star Citizen content came in. So it just became a Star Citizen channel. And he hadn't, you know, tried to do any more, so it's just like, I'll just take over then. Which is kind of awkward with the name, but that's why I've dropped the S in wherever I could. Carbon Tails, S7, how you doing today? I think the collective name for the Polaris should be the Paddling of Polari. Polari. Yeah, I like that, actually. Do you know if base building will be released with... So, no, it's not going to be released with 4.0. It's essentially base building... will somewhat roll out within the next 12 to 18 months, incrementally. It's not going to be like, boosh, here's the full system. But yeah, we're not going to see that for 4.0. That'll definitely be a 4 point something. But I think the majority of what they showed off at CitizenCon, excluding 1.0 features, is intended to be out within the next 12 to 18 months, and that includes base building. So we will see it come along, but it won't be for 4.0. To me, just getting server meshing out for 4.0 is the priority. As much as I would love all the gameplay, I just want server meshing working, optimized, bringing the stability and the performance improvements that they say it will. At that point, then I'm happy to, you know, let them roll out the features. If they can get anything in, like feature-wise and gameplay-wise for 4.0, then absolutely. But to me, I couldn't care less. I've been waiting for server meshing, as have we all, for so long, so just get that in first and foremost. Yeah, like I say, NJ, I don't know what is correct and what is incorrect in terms of nerfing and buffs, but I think it's good to give them the freedom to try this stuff to see what is necessary and where, because a buff isn't as simple as just altering a number. It can have knock-on effects in all areas. So give them the freedom to try, then provide the feedback, right? That's all we can do. Do you think they will nerf the Connie guns? Like, I don't know. It could be. It depends on... you know, how much of an outlier any of those are. You're going to do the off-grid playthrough yourself. Maybe mole mining on Pyro. Hope I get to run it. Yeah, absolutely. What I really like about off-gridding now is that you bump into other off-gridders. When I first started doing the off-gridding thing, it was just me. I would bump into a few people, but no one else was doing it. So then over the time, a lot of people started doing it, and it would be like a community we're building up. And we were hanging out together, bumping into each other, trading with each other. It was so cool. Did they give a release date for weather? No. And again, based on what we heard on Star Citizen Live, it's probably going to be a bit of a rollout with maybe this type of weather, that type of weather. I don't know when it's going to come, or when the first part of weather is going to come, but I'm dying to get it. We generally do not care about any stats, nerfs or buffs, but we are in a unique situation regarding ships. I feel that people that only own 1 or 2 ships and get theirs, and theirs gets the nerf bat. Absolutely, I get it. I completely get it, because you buy a ship with the intention of what it's supposed to do, and then you get it in game and it doesn't do that. Understandably, that's annoying. But until things are like, right, we're done here, we don't know what's to come. Noble, thank you for the follow, by the way. So yeah, I don't know what the right thing is to do for each ship. None of us have that data. CIG have all the data. So if they feel it's necessary to try, then try. Because it might work, it might not. If it doesn't, then they can roll it back. Or they might have done something to one ship to cater for another ship to, it's not as black and white as just altering a number. There's so much to it. Fotrot, welcome. Loving the EPTU after yesterday. Which one's the EPTU? That's 4.0, isn't it? Barry, welcome. So glad they got 4.0 out. Not sure if it's more of a marketing thing with all the negative press they've been getting, but good to see the found. Yeah, as I say, to me, just getting the foundational tech done is what's important. Everything else can come after that, and a lot of the features that we're waiting for can't come until server meshing is done anyway. So get that out and then work on everything else. Too early to think any ship CIG. Yeah, exactly. I get it, like if they're selling something as something, it can be frustrating when it changes. Everything is subject to change and work in progress. But I get it, and there's ships that I've bought that they've changed, and I've been like, I don't like that now. So I've gotten rid of it. But there will be more ships in the future to come that will replace those, for me personally. I would guess PTU Friday. What's that for? Do you mean NJ? PTU? So off-grid, it's not... Yeah, essentially it's just avoiding cities and living in your ship and away from populations. To be fair, it's just a term that I use to kind of categorize what I'm doing. There isn't really... Oh, playing catch-up, how you doing? There isn't... It's not like officially off-grid where you're never going back to a location. If I need to, I will, but I tend to avoid cities, space stations. I just try and make a living day-to-day. I don't expect to make a ton of cash, but day-to-day living, seeing what I find by organic gameplay, so what has been left behind by players, thanks to persistence, and then I either salvage, loot, or find and gather items to then sell to players or to other areas around the verse, just technically not cities. But at the end of the day, you can do whatever you want to do. It's up to you, I am Prey. Welcome, Rob. Thoughts on the Paladin? Is that the Anvil? I'm sure I've read something about that recently, but I can't remember. Aspen, welcome. Is that the Anvil sort of large ship? I feel like it might be a similar, like, military ship to the Polaris, but maybe not as big. Your Zero will be joining me as we go through to Pyro. Or not Pyro, you don't want to go to Pyro, do you? Ruin, welcome. Even if nerfs are part of the marketing for sales, the thing is, I don't think any of it's like marketing. I think it's just they're trying to put the ship out, they see how it goes, and then you got marketing, you got the ship teams. I know a lot of people think they're in cahoots to try and push sales. I personally don't believe that. I think they're just trying to do what they can, put it out there, see how it goes, and then they change things. I mean, if they were doing that, they would have put out the Intrepid with a size 4 straight away, wouldn't they? And then rolled it back to a size 3. So it doesn't always follow the same path. It's just what people tend to focus on. Uch ik. I don't know if that's how I say it, but welcome, by the way. All I know is that this is the future of gaming for us all, and I more than believe CIG will deliver within 2 years. Yeah, I see, that's the thing. That's why I've stuck around for 12 years. I believe that this will be the game that I want to play for decades. And they're doing things differently to any other studio. And that's why I want to hang around, because I'm excited for that. Gluten-free, no Kappa. How you doing? Pyro looks great and all, but I'd rather have better... Yes, that's what I'm really... Like, so far, we haven't seen the performance that server meshing is supposed to bring, but a lot of that could be to do with the analytical data that they gather, because they have other things running in the background that impact performance. Also, with Pyro, like when we get any location, even just an outpost or a planetary location, let alone planets and all the aspects of those planets, it takes a while for those to become optimized before they actually run properly. Like when we got the settlements, like the oil rig and places like that. When I first visited the oil rig, which could have been in wave 1, 2, I first visited in Eva County, but it could have been much later on as well. You would go there and you would get like 0.2 of a frame and it would stall for a long time while it's trying to load in, and I had to just kind of hope that I was nosing up and getting out of there. And then after a few patches, they patched it, they optimized it. Landed Falcon, how you doing? Thank you for the channel membership, by the way. And then things started getting better. Now, for me, it's more about the server performance rather than the FPS. The server performance and stability is what's important, which is what server meshing should bring, and they'll continue to optimize as they go. Like, that's what they're doing now. They've got it working, they're now optimizing it. Everything else to get frame rate will need to be done incrementally as they optimize each location as and when needed. Plus, the Polaris being everywhere, that needs optimizing. That's a mess. So, yeah, I've yet to see the true performance that server meshing will hopefully bring. But while we're in PTU, it's just not going to happen most of the time. Yo, Blazing Apples, how you doing? Testing the water? Yes. Old man, how you doing? I'm trying to keep up with chats. Oh. When do I think refueling will be in? Well, refueling is in already. We just need the beacons to allow ourselves to request a refuel. You can refuel with the Starfarer ship to ship, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, we don't have a way of asking and requesting that outside of just using global chat, which is it's too dangerous. Yo, Brian, how you doing? Do you think we can start storing materials for base build? No. We'll get wiped, I reckon, before that happens. It's not a guarantee, because they did say that, 4.0 onwards, they want to reduce the amount of wipes that we see. But I think between now and base building rolling out, there's probably going to be a wipe. You might be onto something, though. If they actually don't need to wipe, then maybe. But I wouldn't want to commit and, assume that everything we gather now from 4.0 live onwards will be usable in base building, Yo, Typerist, how you doing? If 4.0 goes open PTU, do you think live servers will be mostly empty during the IAE? Yeah, maybe. Das, how you doing? Potentially, because, it's an individual choice. For me, I'll be on 4.0, so I can speak for myself. But I don't know about everyone else. Maybe. Would you want to play 4.0 versus the IAE? I know I would, because I've been to the IAE year in, year out, whereas new players probably wouldn't. I am the prey. How you doing? Would you say that Zero to Hero is extraordinarily difficult? Difficult in a few ways, in the sense that there isn't enough gameplay to really make it... Well, there is, but it can be hard to get, and bugs can really cause a problem, because you can, any bit of progress during a Zero to Hero is big. And if a bug stops that, which it often happens at any stage of the Zero to Hero, you can be back to square one. So it's not impossible, but it does make it very difficult. But that's kind of why I like it, because I like the challenge, because to make a lot of money, it's just a bit too easy. Mayor, damn it, welcome. Server meshing was not meant to solve singles. No, exactly. Yeah, there's more to it, isn't there? Deadly, how you doing? All chat is kind of scary to me after I saw GrieferNet in action on Saturday. All chat is... Oh, you mean like enticing people in? Yeah, we need beacons and reputation, player-to-player reputation. Nathan, how you doing? The game could run smooth and still be a horrible experience because of the desync. Yes, absolutely. There's a lot to fix. There's a lot to sort out, and it will take time. But, you know, getting the final pieces of core tech in, which I suppose would be dynamic server meshing. We are, with 4.0, we're partially done with dynamic server meshing. There's more to come, but it's not like, here's static, here's dynamic. But yeah, getting 4.0 out the door, and then finishing off dynamic, and then optimizing as well beyond that. We'll start to see it finally get to a place where it's properly stable, and then things can come in, like other optimizations and features and gameplay. Boomer, good morning, how you doing? Excalibur, welcome. As with any of these sort of patches, it is the biggest patch we will have. Period, because of the finalizing of that core tech almost. You know, the 3.18, the persistent patch, that was one of the biggest patches we've ever had, because all of this stuff, without it, we don't have the game. Wombalissimo, thank you so much for the 36 months. Beers and patty, please. Yeah, without, welcome Tabba, Flymo. Without persistence, we don't get it. Without, you know, the whole iCache, and without server-side object container streaming and bind culling, none of that. Without any of that, we won't have the game that we're all here for. We have the alpha, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here for the finished product. So anytime we get this core tech in, it's a big deal. And it's much bigger than any feature or ship or anything that we get in game. That's what matters. Sinus, welcome. Meshing performance will be tough with massive additions. What do you mean? Yes, I will be playing today. I'm just trying to keep up with chat for the time being. I expect a total wipe. Yes, I do. I know they said that there's likely going to be a wipe, or there is going to be a wipe, but we don't know to what level, I suppose. I believe we'll see Jax this year. Yeah, I think there was a little tease of it, but no one seems to be mentioning the tease, which is that little trailer of someone in an outpost in Pyro. Also, I swear it was Jax in the armor panel, you know, dressed to kill. One of the heavies with a, what do you call it? A, Animus missile, not the Animus, the other one. I'm pretty sure he had one of those Apocalypse Arms missile things. It looks like him, but it might not be. We never play the PTU. We choose to support the project through monetary means. Others choose to support it through sweat, equity, testing and reporting. No need for me to take a spot when I have no intention of reporting. No, fair enough. Absolutely. And that's, you know, that's the thing. We all do things our own way, and that's perfectly fine. We need everybody doing whatever they want to do, where they want to do it. Swoosh, how you doing? I'll never forget when they added bind culling and everything just dropped in Yeah, we've had some funny old patches. I loved it when they brought out the socks. So server-side object container, or server object container streaming socks. They sold a pair of socks with that object container streaming code on the socks. I never actually bought any. I was gutted. I really wanted some. But it's one of those jokes that, you know, like someone's like, oh, I like your socks. What's that? Like, sit down, my friend. Let me tell you a story. Everyone's going to be like, I don't care. I really don't care. You found great success in the EPTU only on off hours. Yes, it can be like when there's Polaris everywhere. It's just a nightmare. Yo, Cat in a Flat, how you doing? Thank you for all the update. You're more than welcome. Been watching for a long time and keep me up to date when you're not actively playing. Thank you so much. Much appreciated and welcome. Rapsu, thank you for the 50-month resub. Beers and party, please. Oh, actually, I need to do that. Boop, boop. There we go. All right, I'm going to jump in now. Yeah, so Jax went to Pyro for some, I suppose, respite or whatever, and then he kind of got stuck there, and yeah, I think the idea was we were supposed to see him... Hang on, where's my... Where's Star Citizen? Have I not launched it yet? I think we were supposed to see him much earlier on than we did, because Pyro was supposed to come a lot earlier on than it did. So I think what happened is it just kind of got stuck. And they're waiting to finish off that story arc. I wonder if Save Stanton has anything to do with it. Probably not. Alright, we're launching. Oh, yeah, it's gone to OBS, so it doesn't matter about setting it up for the YouTube viewer. In Scum, you can transfer your funds into gold, which survives wipes. That's not a bad idea, to be fair. Like, having an asset that you can kind of... I think the trouble is, they're trying to test other things, aren't they, with, like, funds. And like they say, they with each time they wipe, it's because they want to reanalyze where the money comes from. They may even do that, like, post 4.0, if the economy is working as intended, which it probably won't be, but if it is, then they may see a way of allowing it to happen where you can transfer those funds in some way. I doubt it, but yeah, you never know. Yo, Carlos, how you doing? You're trying it tomorrow in Egypt. Oh, very nice. How is Egypt today, Carlos? Enjoy your holidays, my friend. No, not Evo. This is Wave 1. So 4.0 is now Wave 1. Yes, I do. Pepteta. Welcome, by the way. I do have problems with bedlogging on planets. It's safer to do it in space. That's another thing that kind of hinders me from doing... Nope. Off-grid stuff is when you can't bedlog, because it kind of stops you from coming back in, and you have to start at a planet location again, and that, sorry, a main city, and I don't like that. So yeah, when bedlogging is a pain, I tend to not do much. Prudy, 07. Well, thank you for joining in. Do you ever mind with the multi-tool in your Zero to Hero videos? Or is that... No, that's not against the rules. Absolutely. I have done in the past. I did that a lot with my hardcore Zero to Hero series, where I started without a functioning ship, and I had to kind of earn the components. At the end of the day, when it comes to off-gridding Zero to Hero, you decide the rules. I know, like, it's good to have sort of strict rules so that you don't... So you have a bit of a challenge, but ultimately they're your rules. You know, you can do what you want. If you don't want to mine, don't mine. But that is perfectly... I don't see any reason why you wouldn't do multi-tool mining, right, for a Zero to Hero, provided you can afford the tools to do so. Taketa, welcome. Taketa, did I do that right? Fozio, how you doing? Got your zero for the very purpose of chilling in the same general location. So if you move, he moves. My main will remain in Stanton. So you're coming through to Pyro then, Deke. That's going to be fun. So my plan is, for Pyro, is to set up shop around, not on, but close by to the trade post of Jackson's Swap. And kind of use that as my trading station and my refueling and whatnot area, but then going off to other places and maybe doing missions there, maybe finding some organic stuff as well, and then jumping back once I've gathered enough to travel back through to Stanton to then sell. Likely out the back of my ship. Unless there's things I want to keep, then I'll put it into my hangar and just pretend that we're still off-grid. People, again, money, welcome smoking. Again, money through so many different bugs and exploits in the game. For 4.0, we need... Yes. And I think... So 4.0 is bringing probably the biggest economy update we've ever seen. Like, they're trying, with this patch, to sort the economy out properly. Of course, there will be outliers. There's bound to be, because of how much there is going on with the game. But, yeah, they're trying to start from scratch. So, inevitably, you need to reset everything so that they can tell where the money has come from. And it's not an exploit that's allowing them to buy this big ship, because that will mess up with the economy, because they're supposed to be this kind of determined how much you earn per hour of gameplay, right? For whatever you do based on various outliers and things. So yeah, they need to test this stuff. Yo, Spades, Wave 1 is for subs and high-end people. No, it's for people who play the game the most. It's always been about who plays the most and reports the most gets access first, because that's what they need. They then shuffled it around to allow subscribers to gain access and for various concierge levels, but they're not expecting anyone to spend 25,000 to get access, right? It's about getting the right people into the game at the earliest, so that they can gather the best data to help get it out to everyone else. How you doing, Persky? Are you doing well, mate? Nice to see you. Yeah, I decided it's about time. Sketo, also welcome. Oh, 7. Ships like the Ironclad will be great for off. I mean, yeah, like a lot of people off-grid in a Carrack with a ground vehicle and a ship. Some people off-grid in a cutter. It's entirely up to you. Yo, Floki, it'll be interesting to see what that is. What the Paladin is. Carpathian, welcome. All my ships I bought in-game will go... Yes, unfortunately, the side effect of playing a work in progress right now. Shempasta, 07, welcome. 0 guidelines to Discord. Yeah, true. I mean, if it's going to help people, it's definitely a good way of playing. I enjoy it that way. Ralphan, have I said hello to you yet? GQ, Thorwine, Alakai, Rhino, welcome. Alzinor, Astronics, welcome. UK Boy. Are we all well? I've been to check out the dynamic clouds. I went to a place where there wasn't a lot of clouds, unfortunately, so I wasn't overly impressed. But it'll be nice when the full system is rolling out. It really will. People are missing the biggest part of 4.0. A second system will change the dynamic. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. Frossetti. Tired of being sick, eh, Alakai? What you got, COVID? Taron, welcome. Yeah, we're doing great, thank you. It's, I don't think there's much going on right now. We had a good night's sleep last night, so touch wood. That continues. Mevisim, thank you for the follow. Patrick, welcome. No, it's Wave 1 on the PTU, the EPTU. Welcome, Steve C. Yeah, it's rolling out. They've had it through the Evocati. It's now in Wave 1. It probably needs quite a lot of optimizing right now before they can push it to the next one. The Shield, welcome. Bjornsson, welcome. You're getting scam callers. My partner keeps getting messages saying that the car is waiting for her at the airport. Like, legitimately, it seems like someone's using her name to get this car. It's very concerning. Zeosin, welcome. Off-gridding will be really viable once you can log back. Yes, exactly. That's when bed logging was working, and it was working really well consistently. I was living at Astor's Clearing for weeks without going back to a city or anywhere, really. I was there for weeks and weeks, just loving it. And then, because more people learnt about it, I think what was happening is we were logging in and logging out at the same landing spot. So I think when you log in and there's a ship there where your ship logged out, it can't put you there. So it puts you back at the 000 coordinates, which is the sun. And then you have to fly all the way back. So then it started getting a little bit inconsistent, and then there was some tech changes that I think just caused problems. But bed logging in space is probably the most consistent way of doing it. Yo, Blue Leafs, how you doing? Loreth, happy we're getting a wipe. Yeah, me too. Made a lot of money from taking cargo from salvaging mission wrecks a while back and buying myself a bunch of ships. This gives me motivation. Yeah, I think a lot of people, everyone's different. Obviously, some people don't want wipes, some people do, and a lot of it depends on just where you are in your current alpha journey. Like, are you working towards something, and then a wipe comes in and you're like... But I do like them every now and again just to kind of refresh everything. Baron, welcome. There are 4 phases, I believe. But we're on phase 2, isn't it? Of Safe Stanton. Moose Run, good afternoon. You tried to get into EPTU yesterday. This is as far as I made it. Do you know, I was playing this morning, and then I had a couple of crashes. because I was downloading the latest NVIDIA drivers as I was playing. I don't want to hear it. I know. In fact, it wasn't the latest drivers. It was Shadowplay or whatever the experience now. I had it already and it wouldn't record as I was trying to record, and I had to download the new one. And instead of quitting the game and downloading it and then restarting the computer, I tried downloading it as I was playing, and it seemed to work all right. But then it crashed and then I couldn't get in again. So I don't know if that's just a coincidence or if it is me being stupid. Yes, Sandman finally pushed me to get a Blue Sky thing. I'm still on Twitter. I can't stand the place, really. It's just annoying because of how the ads and shit that gets pushed on you. And it's so depressing. But I'm still with it, and I'm on Blue Sky, so I'll just post to both now. Ethnicification, welcome. Rongo, welcome. Kind of surreal to hop onto Twitch and see the stream titled 4-0 Chill, knowing it's not clickbait after all these. Yeah, I know. But it might still be seen as clickbait because there is no chilling in Pyro right now. It is a pain. Mad, how you doing? He knows the pain. King Leo, welcome. They've confirmed a wipe. Did they actually confirm a full wipe? I think they've confirmed that there will be a wipe, but I don't think we know exactly. But they did say ships, well, I think it's safe to say ships, money earned, and items, because they need to know where money is coming from. Whether they wipe reputation is yet to be seen, but I would expect so. Frankie, welcome. You get messages talking about the winter fuel payment stuff. Yeah. People are always trying stuff. Hank, welcome. What wave are you? Do you know? VTAC, welcome. Just watched the Intrepid review. Thoughts on the gun upgrade? So, I don't know. I don't know if a size 4 is right. I don't know if the size 3 was fine. It's just they're going to constantly try things. I mean, other people who do a lot of combat know way more than I do. So if enough people were saying it, CIG felt like it was a necessary upgrade, they did it. Whether it's going to continue like that or change is yet to be seen. But a lot of people seem to think it was too little, so it was a size 3. So, yeah, we'll see how it gets on with a size 4. Lego God, how you doing? 07. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, off-gridding is a really fun way to play. I thoroughly enjoy it when things are working, of course. Jedi, Ronald, welcome. They have confirmed a wipe, but not what level. Okay. I can't stop you chilling. Shenanigans, Castellian, welcome. You just crashed out. I wonder if they've shut it down. Is anyone in 4.0 right now? They often do shut it down mid-stream. It definitely needed the upgrade, really. Fair enough. I know. I mean, the loading does take a long time, but I don't know if we're going to be able to get in today if it's not going to let me. Kyle Pitts, I wonder how they will handle people homesteading and people end up building in the same spot. Well, yeah, I think they said that they will replicate things that are on different regions or different servers so that you can see them, you just can't interact with them. So that you can see essentially where people are living. Oh, Canadian Gamer, how you doing on YouTube? Scott, welcome. What are you guys doing over there? The double stream. Now you're like, oh, I don't know which one to choose. Will CIG ever do an overhaul on the HOTAS joystick config tech? Yes. The problem is they want to support everything, and there needs to be a lot of organization to it. Like even now, we still have certain controls that are just random. I don't think it's working, you know. I'll wait for the program to respond. But yeah, they just have like random text, like code text, rather than actual what it is. They will certainly be doing a whole overhaul on that once they know what they need. There's some point to this is the double-edged sword of a working on we're in a game in development. Is that like when they brought out it's not worked. I can see the B wins at 0. We'll try again. They brought out a tutorial series after everything had changed, if you remember. I can't remember what patch it was for, but they brought it out and then changed everything. So that tutorial series that they'd obviously gone and recorded was completely old and out of date. So they ended up doing it again. And this is the problem. Do they keep trying to finish things off while they're changing things? And I think the same goes for the controls. They will be improved and made easier to understand. Marco, welcome. LS, welcome. But at what point, you know? It's kind of like one of those ongoing things where they need to keep kind of updating things and trying to streamline where they can, but not spending too long doing that, because we're going to see more controls coming in, so who knows? I have Barry, I haven't been able to get in since this morning. Can I explain off-grid? Let me just go to Arena Commander and just see if I can, like, jump in and then come back out again and see if that resets things. So off-gridding is essentially just, welcome 3, just avoiding main cities, space stations, just sticking to an area that's wherever. You know, like Astor's Clearing, for example. I would stay there, I would go to Dumborough, and I'd go to Harper's Point. That's essentially what off-gridding is. It's not really going to the main locations. Let's see if that helps. Are we getting the new missions today, Slipline? I don't know. We haven't had a message yet in regards to message of the day. There may be a 4.0 build coming today. I don't know. But the mission system refactor is in, but I've yet to see any missions rolling out with it. So we'll see how that goes with 4.0. I am hoping to see the dynamic mission system. You know, when we had one of the Evocati builds, I noticed a load of missions for very many different areas of the game. Like, you know, like I have delivery, bounty hunting, that kind of thing. There was loads of missions for all the different gangs in Pyro, sending you to places in Pyro, but they took it out because I guess the mission system refactor wasn't finished. Avatar, thank you for the follow, welcome. So, yeah, I'm hoping by the time 4.0 goes live, we will have a bunch of those dynamic missions in all areas. I know we're not getting, like, the engineering stuff and the charge and drain stuff, but there should be other ones. Thank you so much, Avatar. The Zeus Mark II MR. Probably not until they release the updated version of bounty hunting, which has kind of been put on hold for the time being. But that will come in time for that, I would think. This is my first time streaming on YouTube for years. I did it way back in like 2015, 2016 when it first opened up to streaming, when I was an affiliate on Twitch, so it was allowed. And then I found it really awkward to manage, and it was a nightmare. So I stopped, then became partner, which they didn't on Twitch, which they didn't allow you to dual stream, and then they have, not recently, but you know, last year or whatever it was. So I decided, it's been on my list of to-do things. I've got a big list of things to do, not just like work-wise, but house and garden and so forth. And I'm starting to tick them off now. But I like it. I'm enjoying it. It's not too bad. It's hard to keep up with chat, but I'm enjoying the fact that my YouTube community I can interact with properly, like not face-to-face, but you know what I mean. My channel members on YouTube, I can actually now start setting up things for them, like emotes and whatnot, which is going to be nice. Debating on getting the Thrustmaster T-Flight 1. I haven't had any experience with it, no. I've had experience with Thrustmaster, not good experience with the T-16,000s, but I use VKB. Verpal, 30% off right now, apparently. Kiri Doc's welcome. Just saw there, your graphics API is DirectX 11. Did they not they haven't defaulted it? No, because they're still working on that. So it's not completely switched over. Once they have everything converted to the equivalent of what we have with DirectX 11 and Vulkan, of course, like multi-threading and so forth, then it will become a standard. Maybe that's something I could do. If this doesn't work now, I'll try switching it to Vulkan and seeing if that gets me in. Yeah, purely living off your ship, interacting with settlements and trading with real people more than going back and forth to cities. Yeah, it's getting there, isn't it, Pear? Absolutely. Do you think Pyro will be before Christmas? I do. I'm hopeful that Pyro, 4.0 will release to live this year. That's not to say it will. That's just my hope and my dreams, based on kind of what we've been seeing with them pushing it out to Wave 1 as they did. I feel like even now we're even closer to getting it to live, which is obvious. But whether it does is yet to be seen. It really depends on just how smooth the rollout goes from here on out. But once it goes into Wave 1, it doesn't generally... Evocati can be a long time duration. Once it gets to Wave 1, it's generally a lot quicker. But we have seen patches in the past, especially core tech patches, that slow that down. So fingers crossed they can optimize, do all sorts of stuff to push it out to live, but have it stable. That's most important for the Christmas break. Quasarblade, how you doing? I loved Laser Quest as a kid. I only did it a few times, but man, it was exciting. Max, welcome. Goku, how you doing? Sergio Costa. Yeah, a lot of people... For a lot of people, it's either VKB or Virpil when it comes to Star Citizen. You've got Thrustmaster and all these mainstream brands, but they tend to focus more on all areas, whereas Virpil, VKB are very much citizens themselves, and they want to make the best space stuff. It crashes on startup, does it, Akuth? Okay. Yeah, let me know what you go for, Grim. Excited to see. Yeah, I had the T-16000 HOTAS, and it just broke. Both of them did, eventually. I like the Intrepid. I think it's an interesting shape. Not my favorite shape, by any means. It is a bit odd, and I feel like when it's in a small-scale ship, the asymmetry kind of looks odd versus a large ship. But I love the interior. That I can really get down with. So, yeah, we'll see. I'll definitely try it for a little while. Risto, Alaskan, how you doing? Subsequently started following and watching Twitch. Well, I appreciate that, Blazin. Thank you. Back order since January. Yes, that's... From what I understand, there's a lot of... Virpil have a long queue of people waiting, which I suppose is one of the downsides, is especially if things are going to be 30% off, that queue is probably going to increase. Like, I don't know when you're going to get it if you order it, but they make good, solid things, from what I've heard. I haven't experienced it myself. They're also making space yokes, which is really exciting. Trey, how you doing? 07. Oh, that looks like a Russian name. I honestly cannot even start pronouncing that one. If it might not be Russian, it might just be that area of the world, and I don't know how to speak it. So 07, Fury 07, Husky 07. What do you think? Is it what you were expecting? You love the idea of off-gridding in Pyro when they have all the small repair... Yes. Yeah, all these little jobs that keep you in a location for a long duration without having to fly off. That's what I'm really looking forward to for 4. Whenever. Hopefully 4.0, but we know a lot of those missions have been pushed. William, welcome. Drop it all until 4.0 live. You're tempted to drop it all until... What do you mean? Like, play every patch? So right now, I'm using the... this isn't working. Hang on. Right now, I'm using the VKB Gladiator NXTs, and I've got one on an Omni throttle and the other one just an upright, which I really like. I feel like if you're going to go for something, go for Omni throttle, because it feels like a perfect combination between throttle and dual stick, because you get the full freedom of dual stick, like the twist. Whereas if you had a throttle, you would have to use a D or a hat key to strafe up, down, or whatever you bind it to. But I've got a pair of Gladiator. I've got a pair of gunfighter bases from VKB to test. I'm just waiting to get the mounts from MONSTERTECH to then mount that on my desk. I've got the rail system yet to mount. I've got other things, mounted, like a keyboard, a mouse pad mount as well. But you just got in after recopying. Okay, let me just try... That's probably a better idea, actually. Let's just recopy. Yeah, so I've got these gunfighters to try. Once I get the bases for the mounts, I will give them a go. Hang on a minute. Let's keep this a bit safer. But yeah, that's what I'm using. So PTU copy. That's a very good idea. I never thought about doing that. Yes, Flymo. That's exactly my thought. I wish I'd said that in the video. Bomber, how you doing? So Flymo says, the interior of the Intrepid really reflects CIG's improvements of getting the most out of small spaces. And that is so true. What they've done with the interior there, with all that it offers, and the way that they've got these dual, separate, like cargo spaces is genius. Regardless of whether you like or dislike the exterior, you can't deny that the interior is really nice. I mean, you can if you chose to, because it's personal opinion, but you know what I mean. I don't mind asymmetry. I really like the Caterpillar, for example, although that's not really asymmetrical. It's symmetrical, but with a command module. So, you know, it's... Hang on a minute, I've only just received the password. Let me just... quit RSI launcher again. Virile or Virpal. But no, I think if you're looking at sticks, you can't go wrong with either Virpal or VKB. I would always recommend either or. Not that I've had any experience with Virpal, but from the amount of people saying how good it is alongside VKB, I think you'll be fine. It's just how much you want to pay and so forth. WinWing. So I was a bit... I've heard bad things about WinWing in terms of copying VKB. So I personally will avoid it for that reason. I've heard from VKB that they've been copying their own cams and things. But whether or not that's true, I don't know. But, you know. Neil, welcome, by the way. You were surprised that CIG went away from the round doors on Crusader ships. Oh, yeah, they're not round, are they, in the Intrepid? I never even thought about that. Yeah, they're expensive, Lava. So, the NXTs, the Gladiator NXTs from VKB, are probably your best bang for buck. They feel great. I've had mine for 3 years, and they don't even look a day old. But, of course, you can pay more and go to the gunfighter bases with different grips, or you could go Virpal and pay the same. Do Virpal do more of an entry level? Is this the one I want? Or is it Checkmate? I think it's Obituary. I'm just going to go best. I've heard people are crashing 30K'ing in EU, but then they're getting less performance in American ones. No, not out of production, Leon. How you doing, by the way? Still very much in production. It's Wave 1 on the PTU. Raytheon, how you doing? Iron Glove, welcome. So it's you find Virpal is better quality to VKB, but also a lot more expensive. So that's, yeah, you got a bit of choice there, right? Dadbot, how you doing? Welcome. Captain Astro, welcome. Yeah, there we go. All right, we need to change to US, I think. Thank you for the follow on Blue Sky, by the way. Levi, welcome. Mr. Kill07, apologies if I'm missing anybody. I try with my streams to say hello to everyone. And with dual streaming now and having 2 chats, it's getting a lot more challenging. Oh, I'm getting there. Grumph, welcome. Yeah, I love my VKBs. Patrick, welcome. 2 sticks are good, but you can go, you know, you can go full throttle, or you can go omni throttle, or you can go dual stick like that. It depends on what you're after. Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing to take away with the 4.0 patches. It could take a long time to roll out, or, you know, just due to the importance of the patch. VidBlitz, how you doing? Let me just see about relaunching, especially now that we've 30k'd already. 12-button MMO mouse and rudder pedals. That's a cool idea, Vid. Very nice. That's something I'm going to miss. When I have my gunfighters, I won't have the NXT bases, which gives you all these extra buttons. So I have got a module to mount to kind of cater for that. I've been dying to try these out because you can set these all up. You can have that for mining or that for mining. You can change the way that they function. But what I'm going to have is that mounted at the same time as my gunfighters to see if that gives me the control buttons that I need. But I am by no means done with my setup. And I suspect I will continue to adjust my setup as I go. Okay, let's stick to USA. Ex Officio, thank you so much for the 39-month resub. Beers and Paddy, please. How are you doing today? Thank you so much, Deacon. Much appreciated. A bottle of good rum. VKB. Yeah, I'm teetotal. That rum's not going to do any good for me. It would burn me. Once we get VR, we're going to need some serious peripheral. Yeah. Like, at the end of the day, there's so many more systems to come into Star Citizen, requiring so many more buttons. Iron Glove, thank you for the follow. So, by no means, I don't think anybody is settled with their final setup. Obviously, if you buy yourself a set of Verpils or VKBs of any range, you're probably going to be quite set, and you may need to add some things like a Stream Deck or whatever later on. But there's more I want to do. Do I think the Ironclad is going to release after the Kraken? No, I don't think so. I feel like we'll get the Ironclad first, but I don't know. You know, it could come either way. But just personally, off the top of my head, for whatever reason, I get a feeling I think it's going to be the Ironclad. But yeah, take that as it is. I don't know. Which vid's that? I can't remember. I didn't notice. Sorry. Sorry, Leo. Welcome. Ah, thank you, Rickan. Are you actually in-game right now, Rickan? Not sure if anyone has mentioned it yet, but VKB posted a news article. No Black Friday this year, but they're doing a Black Week. So 8 days of Black Friday. Kind of mad they played with my emotions. Yeah, they don't need to say that. That's fine. It's like, you're going to put it on sale, so that's good. Are you joining? Okay. I'll just wait and see what happens here, and see if we're in the same server to start with before I quit, if I need to. Regarding VR, I had a nice chat with Sylvan recently, the guy making VR, and apparently the plan is not to even touch it before performance would allow it. No, absolutely. Like, they know generally what they need to do to get VR working, but yeah, they want to make sure that they can support it properly, and just see what they can do with the controllers. Like, at the least, it'll be, you know, immersive cockpit into, like, visuals. But they want to see if they can use the controllers for whatever reason as well. Verpil, 30% off. Daylight Fire, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. Hype Train incoming, much appreciated. Nikoni, welcome. Canuck, welcome. All right, we're in. Let's just let it settle down with frames. Let me just see if you guys are in the same one. Yeah, we're in the same one, guys. That's good. Stupid frame graph. Oh, no. I didn't want 12. But that's fine. Okay. We'll just see if the frames will slowly increase, because right now they're very low. Again, being around a space station, I feel like they need severe optimizations for them to... as soon as we get away from it, it tends to settle down a bit, but... Yeah, being at a space station... When you look at the entity count, this is something I've noticed. You look at the entity count now, we're at 220,000. When we fly away from the space station, it drops to like 80,000. So... Right now, we're going to be suffering a lot because it's trying to account for so many different entities. Oh, it's painful. Painful like this. You ran out of quantum fuel in your Sentinel. Oh, no. Yeah, the Extreme 3D Pro are, hands down, one of the best sticks for the price. They're like 30 quid. But, my God, I have one of those as backup for these better sticks in case something goes wrong. We're getting in Risto. We're kind of there. Let's just get out of the space station, because, yeah, the frame rate just takes a nosedive. I don't even want to use TOBII right now, because it's just going to... Blech. They'll do it. They'll do it on an individual asset level vid. There's so many optimizations that they can do. You know, excluding server meshing. These assets, like space stations, locations planet side, they need severe optimization. And it's always the case. Anytime we get anything, any new location. Like, if you look as well, a lot of the locations on the planet are a bit geometry weird. Like, they're floating and so forth. They'll get there. No, I haven't done the tour of the Polaris yet. As I say, I kind of tried to do it when I didn't really have enough time. And I couldn't find the entrance. Yeah, display info 12. Let's see what that brings. I don't know. I don't know if it just picked up on the 1 and was like, 2 doesn't exist, 12 doesn't exist, so let's just stick with display info 1. But it's doing what I want, so. It is an OG stick. Yeah, the Extreme 3D. If you're like if you're brand new to Star Citizen and you're like, I want to try sticks, but I don't know if they're for me or not, pick up a brand new or second-hand Extreme 3D Pro from Logitech and just go with that. They're so good. There it is. That's what I'm looking for.
These deals are not going to last long.
That sounds like Bolt to me. That sounds like Benoit. Yo, Ray Space, how you doing? But flies smooth. Yeah, they can cost, but they're worth it. Okay. New babbage during peak hours. This is kind of like what was it, 2.0 when we first managed to get into the verse.
If you can't find it here, you can't find it anywhere.
Did they say that, Neil? That might be, as in Neil saying that they said the Ironclad before the Kraken. That might be why in my head I'm feeling like that's what's coming first, because I've heard that and I couldn't remember. So, yeah, this is my current setup, but I am planning on doing a... Hang on. What's going on here? Oh, what a lot of tosh. Come on. Let's try a different one. I'm planning to do like a funding goal for a new PC, because when it comes to like 4.0 and off-gridding, I really want to be putting out content in 4K, 60 FPS if possible. I mean, 2K minimum, but 4K ideal. 60 FPS with everything maxed out, especially once we have like global illumination and ray tracing. So what I'm planning to do is putting together a funding goal to reach that, turn this PC into a stream machine, because streaming has been a bit of a nightmare of late. And then I've sort of written up a letter that I'm going to send out to companies like Chill Blast and Scan and those sorts of people to see if they would be interested in collabing, where I will buy all of the items from them if they can offer a discount. So sort of maximizing that money so that when it comes to 4.0, you know... Well, I'm planning to get the 9950 X3D as well, so we'll be waiting for that to come along, but I may start the funding goal earlier just to kind of get it to the point where when that does release, we're in good standing and we have things already set up and ready to go. No, this isn't Ruin, this is Obituary, I think. I think it's the one next to Monarchs. Yo, Len, how you doing? Yeah, Derrim, it's a dangerous place. Raz, thank you so much for the 21-month resub. Beers and Paddy, please. In fact, let me do that as well. Beers, Paddy. 07, sir, how you doing? Right, let me just get TOBII set up. Yes, from what I understand, in fact, I haven't signed an NDA, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, they're working on something for spaceflight Thrustmaster, but I didn't really want to work with them after speaking to them. They were a bit rude and a bit funny, but I'm not going to go into it. So I decided not to work with them. Is it checkpoint? Ah, bugger. Okay. Build your CNC. How you doing? 07, welcome. And your mama. Did I read correctly the RSI site that this is the last day for the PTU? No. No. What do you mean last day? We're still very far off. So I'm deciding to go for the 9950 X3D because I'm not ready yet to buy. Why can't I open the doors? Come on. And by the time I am ready to buy, the 9950 X3D will be out, which I'm expecting to be better than the 9800. If it's not, then the 9800 will probably be the one that I go for. Come on. Let me out, for crying out loud. I think there's just a big delay right now. Or desync. Yeah, they are. Yeah, the French. Oh, that'll be why. The redhead guy in charge of vehicle development said that they need the assets from the Ironclad to build out the design language for the Kraken. It's in the video. Ah, thank you, Neil. Thank you, Build. How are you doing today, my friend? You think the 9800 will be better than the 9950? Really? Why is that then? Tom, how you doing? All good here, thank you so much. I like that comment, Mr. Kilt. I like that comment. I don't believe it or agree, but I like it. Have you had any insider info regarding the parkour that was mentioned in the Sport Guild? No. I think it's just more a case of trying to streamline the... Oh, are we free now? The process of how you navigate around. You know, like we saw a while back with the idea of being able to jump on ladders and jump off of ladders and so forth. So it's likely just going to be utilizing that kind of tech once we get it. And allowing us to just, you know, run an assault course, essentially. That's what I suspect, anyway. But no, we haven't heard anything. Yes, he's one of the testers on it. I was asked to do beta tests for it. And yeah, as it stands right now, I don't have the time to do it. And if they're not going to pay to do it, then I'm not going to commit time to do it. So yeah, there's that. Plus, they wanted my feedback. I gave my feedback. They kept asking about whether or not, like, just missing my feedback, and just asking if I wanted a 5% or a 10% twist. What's most important? I'm like, I don't care about the twist. So yeah, I just decided to not bother with them. Raga, how you doing? No, it's not necessarily ray tracing. It's whatever their equivalent is. Simortus, welcome. Whatever their equivalent is for ray tracing is CIG's equivalent. I think this play session is about up. Yeah. I wonder if they're taking it down. I mean, the server frame rate is diabolical right now. Long shot, but did you ever play Lost Planet? No, I didn't. Although, yes, I did. I played Lost Planet 1. I really liked the design, you know, of it being on snow and so forth. But we won't get mechs, I wouldn't think. But the best we'll get is like Titan suits, exo, you know, the whatever you call them, armors. I can't get out of here. I'm wondering if we're all just done. Is he talking to me? Oh, Lady Space Patrol, how you doing? Oh, hang on. Ankalim, are you talking to me there? Oh, hang on, we're off. All right, never mind.
Landing gear raised.
The 9850 X3D only has a 3D cache on one chiplet only, which in gaming it makes use of the chiplet. However, it will perform slightly worse. Okay. Well, I'm not committed yet to, to getting it. But I'm going to wait and see what the stats are for it to see if it is something that I want to go for. But yeah, we'll when the time comes to buy, I will certainly be seeing what options there are and then going from there, right? Like, I'm not committing to it yet. If the performance of the 9950 is not X3D is worse than than the 9800 X3D, then of course I won't be going for it. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you for letting me know, though. Yo, Von, Mike, how you doing? Couldn't imagine me with this face. What you were expecting? Older. I bet you were expecting older. Did you give your feedback? What's this? Sorry, Gideon. You just got to... Yeah, you're on the same one. Oh, it's... I think they're shutting it down. I really think they're on the cusp of shutting this down now. You'll do a 5070 upgrade. Yeah, I do plan to go for the 50 series cards as well. I'm running a 3080 right now, but again, we'll see when that comes out. And how much they are. I don't need to go for anything more than like a 5080. I'm not going to go the 90 series. I don't think that's necessary for the majority of what I'm needing anyway. Come on. Let me jump. It's just not having it, is it? Let's just get pushing. We'll at least make our way down there. Get away from this place, because this is, we're still tracking 197,000 entities, which is just insanity. I can't even go to third-person view for some reason. Very strange. Everything's breaking. Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Let's get the music on, because some of this stuff is so nice from Pedro. We'll only have it quiet, but we'll put it on, just to kind of fill the void. Is Space Cutler in this server as well? He's actually the chap that I bumped into in one of the asteroid bases, and he got stuck. But his friend came and helped refuel me, which was really cool. Why are we only going at 219? We're in nav mode. I think the quantum drive is... I know why. Hang on. There it is. Alright, we need to turn that on. It's not wanting to. I think I need to take something from somewhere. Bear with me. Because the quantum drive isn't turning on, but it's not allowing me to turn it on either. Usually if I just toggle it, it'll kick in and I'll be able to get it going. Yeah, we'll have to... I think it's just having a brain fart. We'll have to give it a while. Now gonna buy better parts for your new ship seems to be the norm. Yeah, it's definitely gonna be important. Hopefully finding some as well. You're planning on upgrading to the 5070 Ti, the 9800 X3D, when both are available and not overpriced. Are they both? Well, I mean, obviously it's the 9800 overpriced right now. Insurgent, welcome. Camille, welcome. Well, yeah, it should get a bit cheaper. Absolutely. Your quantum isn't working either. Something's gone wrong. I am in nav mode, quantum. I am. Yeah, it's bugging out. As you can see, it says there. It's not me, it's the game. I'm in quantum. The quantum thing isn't coming on, but the shields are on. But I can't turn them off. I can't interact with them because the game is bugging out, that's all. Yeah, let's try a full power cycle. Is it a bit quiet? Should we go 50%? I can't even turn off. We might be even having another... Whatchamacface. Come on. Emperor Pew Pew, how you doing? Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to turn it off now, but it's not having it. Killer, how you doing? No, it's on the PTU for wave 1 at the moment. 449 for the 9800. That doesn't sound too bad. You had a quantum issue on Friday night in live, and it took us a while to get the ability to quantum. Fair enough. Medros, welcome. I'm really enjoying it, but there's obviously just bugs and issues right now and performance problems that hopefully with each patch we get from here on out we'll just rectify those, because it can be quite difficult to play at this time. But yeah, we're hopefully we'll have a new patch tonight, and that will fix a lot of these issues. Because I can't turn this off and toggle. It's like I'm not unlocking the quantum drive yet. There's clearly a bug going on here, and I can't even turn the ship off. Wonder if I can do it this way. Hang on. Exterior. Power off. Nah. Yeah, I feel like it might be about to crash. Stay with the 9800 if you earn money with it, like exporting videos with everything but Adobe, then you can get faster. So I do obviously export. So you're saying stick with it if you use Adobe, or go for something else if you use Adobe. Yeah, the quantum drive is, I mean, it should be. I've just claimed the ship. It's a bug. It's not, there's nothing technically wrong with the ship or whatever. It's just not working because there's lag or whatever's going on, from what I understand. Like, I should be able to turn my ship off, and I can't, so it's more an issue with the game right now. But let's just keep flying, see if we can see anything around. But I can't unlock the quantum speeds either right now. Hopefully if we get further away from the space station, maybe that'll help us a little bit, but I doubt it. Kevsky, how you doing? Welcome. Raga, it's a good rule of thumb to re-enter the pilot seat after a server recovery. It's always balked. Third-person camera at least. Ah, okay. Let me try that then. I can't get out the seat. I'm stuck. I wonder if I can... Let me just try extremes. I can't kill myself either. So if I use Adobe, then the 9800. Okay. I can't get out of the seat, Academy. I'm going to have to just bail, I'm afraid. And try coming back in again. No, mate, Sandman, if it still works, fine. You stick to it, right? Rumor has it the 9950X3D will have the 3D cache on all cores when previous 50X3D models have only had it on one chiplet and therefore half the cores, which is what until now has made the 58 and 78 better options for gaming and possibly not this generation, if the 50X3D has it on all cores. Oh, I see. Yeah, so we'll see if that's the result, and if it is, like obviously, if the 9800 X3D is better for what I need than the 9950, then I'll go for that. But I'm waiting to see what the 99 has to offer before I decide to do anything. Katana and you, thank you for joining us. No idea, Easterling. I'm not actually following it that closely, I'm afraid. Does anybody know when Phase 3 for Save Stanton will happen? Anyone confirm if the Starlancer max calls for a large or medium? I don't know. Anyone know? Can you go into the back and... No, I can't. I couldn't get out of the seat. No Stella, welcome. Quadrant, welcome. Home with the flu, but happy to catch you for the first time from Colorado. Sorry to hear you got the flu, but thank you for joining us. Hopefully you recover super quick. All right, let's try it again. What I'm going to do is grab a beer and have a wee. Oh, we've got 2 songs going on there. It's large. The hangar is large for the Starlancer. Arkova, welcome. Waiting for the moment the game catches up and you turn. Yeah, everything just goes. Did PDS get an update to attack ships and torpedoes? PDS, what's that? Do you mean the point defense, the PCs? Gilantheus, welcome. Dumb question. What are the main differences between... So, essentially, live is kind of the most polished. It's the live one where it persists from patch to patch, generally, unless there's a wipe, and is generally the most stable. The PTU and the ePTU are pretty much the same thing. One is just more for experimental builds, but really it's just an extra PTU for them to test things on, so they can have 2 running at the same time. And then you've got the tech preview channel, which is for previewing new technologies that are coming online in a safe environment where it isn't going to impact anything else. So really, there's just 3 other testing environments where they can run multiple different builds at the same time. That's really what its benefit is. Legion Winter 07, welcome. It depends on it's wave 1 right now, Legion. What wave are you, mate? Right, let me just have a wee and grab a beer, and then I'll be back. We're not in yet. Figures. Ooh. Right, where were we? I don't know if there's a place you can check to see what wave you are, but if you go onto the website, go to settings, and if you have a yellow tab that says... Shit, hang on, let me have a look. It doesn't say that. Let me check. So you go into your settings, and then down the left-hand side with the choices, it says Public Test Universe. If that's yellow, and you can go in and copy your account, then you are whatever wave... Oops, I've just pinned a message by accident. Sorry, Legion. How do I unpin? There we go. It's the... So... Yeah, good point. It's hard to tell if you've got access to 324.3 as well. No, Wave 1 is not Evocati. Icy, yeah, is... So Evocati, Praetorian subscribers, and the most active players. It's not just Evocati. Technically, it's a bit like, you know, when Jared always complains about the floors of an elevator. You've got the ground level, which is Evocati, and then you have Wave 1, which is the next most active testers or players of the last two builds. Nexian, how you doing? Welcome. I'm not in anything yet. Yeah, you can be a subscriber if you want to get access. That's one fast-track way to do it, but ultimately just play as many PTU builds as thoroughly as possible and report those bugs, and that will get you in the quickest. Well, not the quickest. It's not as quick as, obviously, being a subscriber. It's non-alcoholic, Levi, don't worry. I can drink at any time in the day I want to. Yo, nerdy gentlemen. I'm having a great Monday so far, thank you. Aiden, welcome. What wave for 4.0 do you think they might add the updated Starlancer Max and Polaris? As the current Starlancer Max is missing the gears. And it's not the old MF... And it's got the old MFDs. Do you know, that explains why when I did a video recently just checking out one of the derelict outposts, which I'm going to put up soon because, like tomorrow maybe. Because it's so much bigger than the ones we have in Stanton. And I couldn't understand why my landing gear wasn't coming down on the Starlancer. Hopefully with the next 4.0 patch they'll likely update that, but I don't know. I can't confirm or deny it, you know. Yeah, so it's the most active on the issue council and test. So if you play as much as possible each PTU build, you will get access. Whoa. Okay. What is going on? This is not good. At least it saved my place, which I suppose is something to be happy about, right? What have I just done there, pressing F12? I've just opened up some dev tools for something. Can I get out the ship? Nope. Can't get out still. Everyone else is suffering the same thing. I think they've closed it down and we're just like the remnants. No power in ship. Any idea how I get out of here? Yeah. I think they're closing it down right now. It's not in a good state. That was not going smooth. So I don't think we're playing 4.0 today with the way that it's going. Yeah, BS standard time, although it's GMT now. The 9800 X3D paired with the 4080 Super is fantastic. I tried my best to keep the 7950 in my rig, but the dual CCD caused too many stutters and starters, and even after affinity. I have no idea what any of that means, by the way, Killer. But it's interesting, nonetheless. But I didn't understand half of that. Maka, how you doing? Yeah. Didn't get to buy you a drink. I'm sorry, mate. That's a shame. I tried to get around as many people as I could, trying to gathering, you know, as many as we could as well, but just there's a lot in them. Does it ag? Oh, that's handy. I know they did post it quite recently, or that, you know, there's a way of checking, but I don't think you can see exactly if you are, what level you are. Drake Star Dragon, how you doing? Pandemic, welcome. Yeah, no worries, Kev. That was so funny. There was about, when we was at CitizenCon, just on the last day, when they actually, we intended to go to the bar inside the event and meet there. And they kicked everybody out because it was like, right, the panel's over with now, everybody out, which was a bit abrupt. Lord Mannix, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So we went to a really dingy pub. There must have been about 12 of us, give or take. And I said, I'll get a drink in because the majority of you were my community, my org, you know, viewers. So I ordered God knows how many drinks. and it came to like 30 quid. So I was like, yeah, I'll get that. I think the barmaid made a mistake, but I'm not going to argue with her. And we left her a lettuce as well, so that was good. Verpine 07, welcome. Your buddy Panda is foaming at the mouth for the Liberator and hopes that they start working on that soon. We both agree that they could release it at any time, since there is no tech needed for it. Technically, yeah, I suppose so, but I think we would have some inkling of it if it was one in the works. And it's a big ship, and based on the resources, as in like the developers they have available to work on it, there wasn't a lot of wiggle room for people to actually get on with it, you know? It would have been cool, especially with the launch of 4.0 when that comes, to have something like the Liberator to help travel through with, you know, multiple people. But I don't know. I don't see it coming. Yeah, we've seen the list, haven't we, of the silhouettes. We've seen them. And yeah, the Ironclad's part of that. The Polaris, the new Polaris, what a beast. You might go on to Wave 4.0 Wave 1. You might not go on to it until they add the... Yeah, fair enough. At the end of the day, right now, this current build that we've just been playing, it has its ups and downs, big time. Inevitably, when you open it up to a bigger audience, things start to go a bit haywire. Now that the Polaris is available, they're everywhere. I went down to one landing location, and there was about 3, 4, maybe 5 of them, plus many of the ships, and frame rates were just plummeting. I'm hoping with the next build that they put out, hopefully today, maybe tomorrow, we'll see. We haven't had a message of the day yet. We'll firstly optimize a lot of the ground locations so that when you go planet side, you're not falling through the planet. We're not reducing in frame rate. They need to update and optimize the space stations because the entity spawn count is the biggest I've ever seen. In a space station, it's 200 and something thousand. Even planet-side locations don't get that high anymore. So there's that to deal with, which probably is a bug. Like there's something that's spawning in when it shouldn't be or whatever. And also maybe optimize the Polaris, optimize the Star Lancer, bring in the new models if that's what's required. That are hopefully a bit more optimized than the old ones. But yeah, there's a lot to do. But they are all hands on deck. So the next patch could come out and rectify the vast majority of those issues. And then we'll see how they go from there. Or they might require a lot more work to figure out what's going on, and it could take longer. There's no way of knowing, really. Yeah, Bav, I was expecting a good 100 for that bill, but it never happened. Malakaz, welcome. Seven. They did say the silhouettes are... Yes, that's true. They're not just the ships that are coming. There are some that they like to keep sneaky and hide. So, essentially, it could be anything. Could be the Liberator. I personally don't think so, but, you know, I've been wrong many times. Kevin, how are you doing? All good here, my friend. How are you? Are you well? When you get a Polaris, they let you do what you want. Yeah, no, of course. They're not going to argue with you, are they? The call time for them needs to be around 4. Yeah, I'm sure with, like, claim times, claim prices and so forth, with the... And maybe even with the economy coming in 4.0, those changes to the timers and so forth will increase as well. That would be kind of good, but kind of bad, because it's still early doors. Chaos, how you doing? If you never finish anything you start, does that mean you have a black belt in martial arts? I'm going to steal that one. Yeah, Fruit, not the best. Thank you so much for the donation. Whoever that is. I don't know if it'll pop up and tell me, but I appreciate it big time. Hopefully it'll let me know. If it's you, I won't read out your real name, but if it's you, do let me know so I can say thank you. Beers and paddy, please. Yeah, I was getting like sub 20 and sub 20 frames at the space station. Again, look at the entity count. There is often like 200,000 entities, which is like twice as much as anywhere else I've ever seen. So that needs a lot of optimizing. You went into an expel illegal occupants yesterday, and there was no NPCs there. Complete opposite to what you just said. Yeah, exactly. Oftentimes, I'm wrong. In fact, the NPCs don't seem to be spawning in as they would probably want, because I can't see anything there. There's often, it seems to be missing, you know. From Boston, learn how to speak from Boston. Do you know, there's a time that summer, my 2.5-year-old, when she would say certain words like car, she sounds like she was from Boston. I don't know where she's picked that up from. Tennis to Ho, how you doing? Nice to see you. Are you well? Nemathon, welcome. So, yeah, it's kind of nice seeing these ships lying around for salvage, because that's what I like to do in the verse, especially off-gridding. But right now, there are just too many of them. Far too many. But yeah, one thing that I would like to do with Pyro, aside from the off-gridding stuff, is go through as a group, as an org, to some degree, you know, like when we're streaming. Take some reclaimers, take some vultures, take some security, and just go around and clean the place up. Welcome, Caveman, by the way. Do you agree with having control of torpedoes removed from the pilot? Yes, in terms of the Polaris. Now, the intention of these big ships is... more of a yes and no. I guess it's one of those things that you have to test, but the idea of the Polaris is you're not going to be jumping on it and soloing, but then it is handy to have someone actually, you know, like the pilot, controlling the torpedoes. But the point is, on a ship that size, people are going to be having their roles, and flying a Polaris is going to require concentration and precision and so forth, and working together with your weapons officer and the captain and navigation and so forth to make sure that you are doing things in the optimal way. And for a lot of these big ships, the pilot just focusing on piloting is going to be important, because they have a lot of people's lives in their hands, right? And if they're there trying to just get their torpedoes on target, not really noticing where they're flying because they're trying to get the shot off, they could kill a lot of people in their own ship in one foul swoop. So I think it's important that for people in big ships like the Polaris, that you have an actual weapons officer or whoever it is that's controlling the torpedoes. Now, whether or not that's how it should be, I don't know. But I feel like it's a good idea, because the pilot of the Polaris needs to be focusing on one job. And that's why he has other people around him, like a co-pilot, a navigator, and so forth, to help him with the flying. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, my RAM has been going into the 30s, and I have 32 gig, and it's been going up. Oh, thank you, Macca. Much appreciated, my friend. Yeah, let's have some beers and cheers in there. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rickan. I'll open that up. I'm pretty sure I've read this, but yeah, there's a lot of changes coming in. Sane Man, P, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Have they removed it from the bridge completely? So no one on the bridge can fire a missile, a torpedo? I think it would be better if it was on the bridge, so that you can coordinate with the pilot, absolutely. But if it's a turret, I suppose... Or how is it handled? Is it like a remote turret in the torpedo room? Because I guess if you're operating the torpedoes from the torpedo room, you can work together with the people loading the torpedoes and so forth. But, yeah. I'm not sure. I honestly don't know what the best option is. There's a lot of balancing to it, but also it just needs to work in terms of it's a big ship, there's a lot of people. They don't want it to be too easy, too hard, so who knows what the right choice is there, but at least try various ways to see what works best, but balancing obviously has to come in. Yo, alien player, not too good right now. I've just jumped on a few times and haven't really been able to get anywhere, because I think they may be shutting it down for the time being until the new patch comes. So you stand in the hallway below the bridge and shoot it off a screen. It's so weird. Yeah, I don't know. I think it should be a dedicated person doing it, because it's a big job. You know, you want to make sure that the person firing the torpedoes and the pilot are focused on their individual jobs. That's the best, most efficient way of doing it. Being underneath the bridge kind of makes sense if you're in communications with the pilot or whoever to get on target. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a good way of testing things and seeing if that's a good way of doing it. Yeah, in bigger ships, especially decks, having those designated roles are very important. And you can't have a pilot trying to get all his weapons, you know, on a big ship on the target when you've got all these turret gunners and other people who have a better chance of actually shooting. There's a lot more to it, isn't there? Damage, welcome. You think of an actual military ship. The pilot is only... Yes, exactly. It's... You know, the pilot doesn't... Hagbard, welcome. The pilot isn't the one that's firing the weapons necessarily in these large ships or large vehicles. There's enough to think about with just flying the ship. Yeah, the more RAM you have, the more it eats. Yes, exactly. The captain... Every person, not just the captain though, but every position, every role on board of a ship needs to have an important part to play. And the pilot will be working with the navigator, who will be coordinating with... or the co-pilot, who will be doing a few things but helping the pilot, who will be maybe communicating with the office, you know, the captain. There'll be also communications officers, weapons officers, engineering officers, people to help give the captain the information he needs to then allocate or designate what needs to be done. I work with big machines, and moving them is transferring my skill into flying the Polaris. But I have 2 Orions, and it's close to what I work with in the team. Space Miners, nice. Yeah, piloting big things it takes concentration. What are my thoughts on the Anvil Paladin? Heavy, it seems like it, yeah. I don't really know, but it seems like a heavy ship. It might be the Anvil capital ship we've been hearing about for a while, but I don't know. You like where they moved it. The torpedo panel is right next to the size turret, meaning having a secondary person can easily jump between. That's handy. Yo, Zeb Blamsmith, good afternoon. How are you finding YouTube streaming so far, Blam? Any good? I think multi-crew ships should require multi-crew. A pilot is a pilot, and larger ships should need dedicated people to run the... Yeah. Yeah, me too, Stella. It's a shame, you know, engineering got pushed, but like I say, focus on getting server meshing out. That's the main focal point, and then they can bring everything else in. Chris, thank you so much for the 17-month resub. Nearly 1.5 years with this channel. You are more than welcome. Thank you for the continuous subbage, my friend. Beers and party, please. Let me do that. I'm not doing it as much as I should be. Naughty, welcome. First time you've seen the face. It's not the face you pictured when listening to the videos. That is all. I will not tell you if it is an improvement or not. No, fair enough. If that's your response, I don't want to know. How you doing, by the way? Thank you for joining us. Polaris is the kind of ship you need a plan for. Yeah, you're not just going to be like, you know what, I'm going to go and deliver this package. Let me take the Polaris. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Naughty. Temporarily fixed instant crashes by increasing my page file to 84 gigs. My 32 gig of RAM was not cutting it. Blimey. And 7200 at that. Wow. Yo, Martin C. Chop. You either or, Martin. You can choose whichever one you want. We're doing both today. I'm going to see if I can stick to doing both YouTube and Twitch at the same time as well. It just makes it a bit more challenging to balance the chat, but I'm doing it all right. I want to get one that integrates the chat as well, so you can all see it, and it makes it easier for my mods, like Sandman, poor guy. Live or when 4.0 happens, the only ship I'll have is the Starlancer Max, as, yeah, the Starlancer Max is the only ship I'm flying, as, yeah, I'm a cargo pilot in-game, and that's the only ship I fly in the game. Now I want to have a persistent large hangar for my Starlancer, and not an extra large hangar, etc. No, fair enough. Just hope you get the landing gear in time. You was going to say the same thing. I thought you were all... Yeah, that tends to be the general vibe, Max. Welcome, by the way. I must sound very old and wise. That's what I'm going to go with anyway. Could be further from the truth. Any wagers on the price point of the Intrepid? So, I think it should be sub 100. I think maybe minimum like 65. I don't think it's going to be that cheap. I think it'll be more likely 80, 70 to 90, 70 to 80. Let's go with that. No, 70 to 90, sorry. That I think would be more inclined for people to buy. No, this is actually the Squadron 42 cinematic from 2012. This is what got me into the game. I remember watching this 12 years ago, being like, holy shit, this is cool. And then seeing the talk with, you know, when they're in the Hornet show in the 6 Degrees of Freedom. I was just into PC gaming, just bought a new PC, and for the first time, and I was checking out all the indie games, and I saw this and I was like, yes. So then I bought a Star Map in 2012, and then bought a package in 2013. Quite surprised, were you, Deacon? Just a young whippersnapper. Thank you, Macca, for converting the Prime to a Tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. We'll have some beers and party for that one. I wish they had never come up with the idea of AI blades and NPC crew for multi-crew ships. The multi-crew ship should have a crew. I am so tired of the whiny little toddlers complaining they can't fly. No, I think NPC crew is important. I think blades are handy. NPC crew is important. I think it is important to allow for people to have NPCs, because you can't always guarantee that people will be available. You can always guarantee that an NPC will be hireable. And as much as NPC crew are not coming with 1.0, blades should be, I still think it's important to have that. But obviously encourage the idea of having actual people in the crew, because Star Citizen is just a completely different game when you're playing together, and it's just crazy. Crazy cool. But NPC crew should still exist. They haven't discussed it recently, 30 Foxtrot, but NPCs will need to be paid, of course. And depending on their skill level, like the general premise of it is that every NPC, like the NPCs are more like the players if this was a traditional MMO, where they have skill trees, they have stats, they have attributes, and what do you call it? Anyway, you could hire someone for a particular reason. If they're well trained in that, you may have to pay them a bit more. If they're not, you can hire them for less, and they'll start learning how to do that. You can get them to do anything you want, technically, and they will start learning, and you can train them up. But they still need to be paid. You can't have, like, free crew. This relic, how dare you? How dare you? If the Intrepid is more than a cutter, then the Titan is still the best starter ship choice outside of aesthetic considerations. In terms of price to performance, probably. I would be surprised if the Intrepid is better than the Avenger in terms of price to performance, especially as the Avenger, when you can, like, the Avenger is very much it's got the same SEU as the Intrepid. It's got better weaponry with a size 4 and 2 size 3s. It is essentially a fighting ship in its lineage, if that means anything, versus the Intrepid, which is more of your classic starter ship, which is kind of weird. It's this strange difference between them. The interior of the Intrepid is much nicer than the Avenger, but technically it's going to be an easier ship to handle itself, I would think, on average, the Titan. Yeah, the Titan is, you should have been nerfed years ago. It probably will yet. You have 2 Star Lancers and will likely pick up a build. The only other ship I want, maybe the Arastra, then a solo miner and a solo salvager. Looking forward to seeing the Misk Fortuna. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what that is. How long have I been live for today, Max? 2 hours so far. We've got 2 hours to go. I've been live for 2 hours. You've been hiding the screen because you're at work. You haven't been that impressed with anything. Have you not about the Polaris? The torpedoes, which is supposed to be its thing, is very easy. Yeah, there's a lot of balance there still to come. And if torpedoes are too easy, they may need to be changed to be a little harder. But like, that's the sort of thing, like, when something comes out for the first time, it's not going to be accurate. Even after a few balances and iterations, it's still going to need a lot of changing, as a lot of things are changing in the game, like ship abilities. You know, PDCs are now a thing. Physical damage will be a thing as well. Engineering, being able to be disabled properly, is still going to be an important factor into all of that. I am very impressed with the Polaris interior. It's such a beast of a ship, and I love its interior. I was blown away by its interior. But in terms of effectiveness, we won't know how effective any ship is until most of this stuff is final. At that point, when there's less balancing going on and things are actually accurate, then we'll know. Once we have the Maelstrom system, we'll see a big change up then as well. You hope that it comes with the in at the 65 to 70. Yeah, I feel that's about the right price for it. Hervey, welcome. Watched the videos for a while. I was definitely not expecting you to look like that. I pictured someone much older. What makes you think I'm not actually 72? People assume I'm young, but I'm actually in my 70s already. My life has been very easy. NVIDIA, I am so ready. So ready, but I don't think the game is yet. We're getting there. Monday. Okay, we've got the message of the week from Wacker, I assume. We are currently working on a new 324.3 build for the PTU and a new 4.0 build for release later today. So no, thank you, Deacon. No real snippets in that as to what we're going to see, but with every build we get, there's got to be improvements, optimizations, hopefully not backtracking. We'll see. Should have to pay the NPC crew. No, you do, yeah. That's their intention. There's no way we're not going to be able to, you know, we'll have free labor. It's not going to happen. But we're not going to see NPC crew for a long, long time. Actually, Scott, there needs to be a balance. It doesn't matter what the majority are doing or playing. There needs to be enough for everybody on every level. Be that solo players who don't want to see anybody, to solo players who don't mind, to multi-crew players who want to see every single person, to small crews that want to work together. There needs to be enough for everybody, and that's their intention as well. It doesn't matter what our personal opinions are of individual players and what their preferences are. It's not important. It's what CIG are trying to do with the game to allow it to cater for everybody, and that's what we'll see. We'll catch you next time, my friend. You only got into this game for the PvE NPC gameplay. I better get Blaze and NPC crew as well as that PvP. There's not going to be a slider. I can't imagine there's going to be a slider, but there will be plenty to do, regardless of how you want to play. Taco Pirate, welcome. The issue with most people being solo is related to the experience penalty of leveling reputation for groups. That's the thing. There's a lot to it, and until we get enough gameplay to cater for everybody, there's always going to be a problem with not having enough gameplay and enough interest. And right now, we're missing more gameplay than we have. But that's not to say you need to join a crew to experience that stuff. There will be places that allow you to come in and work with other people if you wanted to. But yeah, you're not going to be able to build a space station as a solo player. That I highly, maybe you could build it, but maintaining it is going to be impossible. But that's not to say they shouldn't have that gameplay for those who want that experience and have a big org. But like I say, there needs to be enough for everybody at every level. Then people will stop complaining about each other's personal preferences and just focus on what they want to do, you know? I think they should reduce the server cap to 50 people per server and 4 servers per system instead of... No, I think they just need to keep testing. While we're in alpha, keep pushing it, keep testing this stuff, see how far they can take it, optimize, find the problems, fix the problems, keep pushing it, because that's what is going to make Star Citizen work. So, to me, not talking about your comments or anything, I don't think I have the skills or the knowledge to create an MMO of this level. So I'm leaving it to those who do. I'm just here to play it, to hang out with you lot. Lightfire, welcome. The Avenger is best overall, which makes me sad about the 300. Yeah, I mean, both the Avenger and the 300 are old. They need updating massively. Spook, welcome. What's the info about 4.0 PTU? Did it have server meshing? And if so, what are the player caps? So right now, the PTU is in Wave 1, or the ePTU, and it is server meshing with chunks of dynamic server meshing. Originally, it was going to be his static server meshing. Later on will come dynamic, but actually there's elements of dynamic server meshing already in, and they will be finishing that off post 4.0. You know, finishing off the dynamic side of it. Right now we have two systems with 2 servers in each, and 380 players per shard, per server, whatever the actual information is. That's what they're currently running with. Whether that's what they go with at, live. So there we go. 2 solar systems, 2 servers per system, and then 380 players total per mesh. Whether or not that's the config they go with at live launch is yet to be seen, but that's currently what they have. Thank you, Lance. How you doing, mate? And Walmart special, A7, welcome. Yeah, but again, they're not finished. They're just testing the waters. Post 4.0, they will continue to, maybe even during the PTU, they'll keep testing the server config and keep pushing that. That's, tech preview would be great. Yeah, they want 1,000. They want more than that. Maybe they will put so many people into the server that the collision between people will make it so nobody can move. Not like that. Can't move. Valter, welcome. Will 28 torpedoes cost 2 million? I have no idea. I don't know what the current price is, but they're going to be pricey for ordnance, because ordnance is expensive in general. But in terms of the economy, it needs to make sense. But also there are other elements to it in the sense that you're choosing the right moment when to drop a bomb or to fire a torpedo, and not just spamming it because you've got them. The PvP slider, was that a stretch goal? I don't remember it being a stretch goal, but NPC crews were a stretch goal. 4.0 will probably be the last wipe for a long while. Welcome, by the way, Artemis and Luxona. I know they said post 4.0 they will try to reduce the amount of wipes as possible so they can gather long-term data so that we can really, test the economy and so forth. But there will be another wipe post 4.0 at some point, especially before 1.0. But yeah, they're going to reduce the amount of wipes if they can. Yo, Kiss My, welcome. Dorian Gray, see if you can see the painting in the background somewhere. You what? Eh? What are you talking about, Kiss? Gabriel, no, I'm not playing right now. We tried playing earlier, but it feels like they're taking the build down and it's becoming a bit of a mess. A real mess. Pigeon Hat, welcome. One of my biggest gripes when I play at the moment is having to wake up and go to the hangar to deliver a ship every time I need to log out for a short break. Yeah, it will be nice. Like, they do have plans to... When it comes to logging out, we're not just gonna need a bed. So, right now, you need a bed. Or if you're in a landing zone, you can just, Alt F4 and you'll be fine. In the future, they're going to move to a way of logging out without a bed. So you can essentially log out anywhere you want. You will persist for a little duration to stop combat logging. But also, you will miss out on some sort of character buffs if you don't use a bed. But we are yet to hear exactly what their plans are for that. Because right now, Chad hasn't expanded on that. That's just all they've said. Skelevra, welcome. How you doing? But the issue is that server FPS is way too low. NPCs barely work. And since the meshing is not dynamic, theoretically in one shard, There could be 380 in one server, 0 in the other. Yeah, there's definitely a lot they need to sort out in that regard. But I'm, I don't know. I'm not an engineer on that kind of thing. I have no experience in that. They do. They have way more than I do, so I wouldn't even dare comment on what the best option is because they have the data and they have the knowledge. And they're testing all sorts and seeing what works. So I'm just going to leave it to them, personally. PX, welcome. You got quite a bit of flack for this opinion, but I think NPC crews should be a lot more expensive to maintain than PCs, than player crews. I don't think it should be more expensive. I think it should just be somewhat equal, but it will depend on the skill level of the NPC and also what the player is asking for, or what the person looking to hire someone is paying. Because essentially with a player you can negotiate. With an NPC, it's probably going to be a set price, and that will be dependent on their abilities and their skill levels and so forth. So, in some cases they will be more expensive, in some cases players will be. But this is also the benefit of it being a skill-based game. If you're really good at something in-game, you can charge a premium for your services. And that's one of the biggest things that drew me to the game, and that's an important part of it. So, players versus NPCs, it's not going to be as black and white as the NPCs are cheaper or more expensive and vice versa. There's a lot of factors to weigh into that. Jamie, thank you for the follow, by the way. No, well, I kind of busted it. I didn't bust my green screen. I was using NVIDIA Shadowplay, NVIDIA Broadcast to artificially create a green screen. And it kept crashing. The camera kept crashing and I would freeze. So after a while of messing around with it and not finding a cure, I just decided to stop it. I need to update all this. I'm in a slow progress of updating the stream, hence YouTube streaming as well, and just trying to get things actually sorted as I want it. Because right now it's still a bit of a mess. Yo, Ruckin, how you doing? Yeah, hopefully, what we heard in the most recent Inside Star Citizen about server meshing is server meshing works. They just need to optimize it now. And that's what they're going to do. So we should start seeing more optimizations coming in with server meshing. And as we get each patch, seeing that performance go up. There's a lot of things they can do. And, obviously server FPS, client FPS, it all needs to be worked on. And with each patch, that should be coming. Onyx, welcome. Logging back in where you left off is already in... Yes, it actually works. It kept working today. I kept logging back in again after I would... after I alt F4'd because it broke, and then I was like, you know what? Forget it. Because I couldn't get into my cockpit and fly my Pisces. I could lay down on the bed and all sorts, but not fly it. So I was trying to record, and I kind of rage quit. I was just like, forget it. And then I thought, I've still got a couple of hours of work. Let me just... get a coffee, sit down, try again. So I logged back in expecting to spawn in at the space station. And this was like a few minutes afterwards. And I spawned back in the Pisces on the planet. Which wasn't good because the ship didn't work. But it was, it solved the problem for the time being. Mischief, how you doing? Been a subscriber for a while. This is the first time I've seen you live on YouTube unless I've done it back in like 2015, 2016, maybe twice. And then gave up because I didn't like it. But it's changed since. And now the plan is going forwards. Thank you for the long-term subscription, by the way. Plan is going forwards is to, every time I stream 3 days a week, YouTube and Twitch. My favorite daily ship, Dom, Vulture. Still a Vulture. It's a great ship for living in the verse, making money when you come across organic salvage, and I just love it. So yeah, that's mine. Frood, what's yours? What's everybody's favorite daily ship? How you doing, Frood? We do need camping gear, like beds and so forth. Absolutely. They have said that NPCs will not be as well. They can, like, essentially, they say on average, I think they're saying on average, NPCs will not be as effective as a real player. But if you've seen some of the players that I've flown with, not naming any names, none of you guys, you know, back in the day, I suppose, not every player is going to be as good as an NPC. And this is dependent on very different areas. You know, you've got the best NPC will be better than the worst at FPS, will be better than the worst player at FPS, and that kind of scales, right? So, again, there's no blanket. It just doesn't work. It's not a logical statement that the best. No offense to you, Jamie, because obviously you're quoting CIG here, but logically it doesn't make sense in a black and white blanket statement that the best NPC will be, or NPCs will be worse than players. I think they're saying on average you'll be better off with a real player because NPCs are NPCs. But yeah, that really depends on what they're doing and what you're hiring them for. And I've seen many people, they're flying, they're FPS, they're mining. I think an NPC would probably be a bit better than them. And they don't have to go to the loo. How you doing, Victor? I don't know, they may roleplay it though. They may need loo breaks. We don't know that. Let's not commit, let's not give them ideas. They might do. What's my opinion on the Sentinel? Again, it's probably a ship that needs a lot of updates. We don't have that E-Warfare gameplay properly yet. There needs to be a lot of... Like, once we have engineering and all that resource network, then ships like the Sentinel can truly flourish because it'll be a systemic impact rather than just kind of faked. But it needs to be gold standardized and so forth, right? So there's a lot to do with it. Yeah, dynamic server meshing will solve the server bottlenecks. Spin up a new server for when the server reaches max, so no wait time, spin down. Yeah, so hopefully we're not waiting too long for that, because the fact that they have a good amount of dynamic in already is a good news. Andrew Helmer, how you doing, mate? Are you well? Yeah, 12 years. I know you've been around for just as long as I have, mate. You still working out? But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, and this is, I don't know, like, who needs to hear this, but you don't need to play the alpha right now. You can just sit back and watch and enjoy hanging out with the community and watching development. The alpha is just meh. You take it or leave it. I've had the best gaming experience of my life in Star Citizen's alpha, but not every time. Sometimes it can be the most annoying time of my life. And depending on how smooth the patch goes is depending on how much I play it. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, you know. Zeus, very nice, Punk. Nomad, yeah, it's a funky one, that one, Randy. How you doing? Nicole D'Angelo, how you doing? It's been a while. Are you still making content? But real players could get better. What about NPCs? Well, NPCs can, because they technically follow the skill tree path. Well, the idea of it being is that, you know, they're like more of a traditional MMO player where you have skill trees, and the more they do something, the more they level up in terms of their abilities. Obviously, this is yet to be seen because we don't have all this stuff working yet, but it's that's the intention with it. So NPCs will get better with whatever you're putting them in to do. But then, of course, players can also get better. But that's my point. It's not ever going to be this NPC is all, you know, NPCs are always better than players. There's a lot of variation between that. Colt, welcome. Spunky Chicken, welcome. You had a server error this morning, haven't been able to... Yes, I've gotten in, but it's been a bit messy. I think they're shutting it down, or they're aiming to. It's not going well right now. Sagan, how you doing? Jaxie, welcome. C1 for you. Your dream ship is a ship the size of the Star Lancer, but made by Drake. Yeah, I would prefer that as well. Misk isn't my cup of tea, but Drake is, so yeah, I agree. Rift, that's all right, my friend. Are you good? Ethlind Val, welcome. We need AI Blades and NPC crew balance so we can do PvE content reasonably well, but are terrible at PvP. What do you mean? As in, have NPC crew to help with the PvP side of things, even though that doesn't make sense, because obviously that's then PvE. I know what I'm saying. Jim helps. Yeah, dad life. Absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, mate. Deacon, thank you so much for gifting a 3-month sub to NVIDIA. That is very kind of you, my friend. Beers and party, please. Thank you for the support there, my friend. Let me just... Boop. There we go. Topper, welcome. From your experience in big data dev with infrastructure pipelines pushing the bounds of real-time fast as possible, needs to be recognized that CIG is pushing the bound to get... No, absolutely, Topper. 100%, mate. Absolutely. Deacon, thank you for gifting Alakai a 3-month sub as well. Yeah, I that's why I, you know, one of the reasons I've stuck around is because they're doing what hasn't been done. I'm not saying like server meshing's never been done or this hasn't ever been done, but the way they're doing it all together in the game that they're creating, I've never seen before. And my time in the alpha has been my greatest experience in gaming that I've ever experienced. That stands for something because there's so many games that are released and I've had a better experience in an alpha that's been going for 12 years. So if that's the experience I'm having now, then when they're actually done, or, you know, 1.0, that's what I'm here for. How you doing, jackass? How you doing, mate? Oh, no, that's up to them, of course, if they don't want to use NPC. That's the point. They're giving us choice, right? And that's what's important. Random Rick, how you doing? It's seen better days than today, but it's we're getting a new patch sometime soon, so hopefully not too long. Prudy, thank you for the subscription. Beers and Paddy. But yeah, the patch has been a bit rough this morning. Started out all right, but I think it's been depleting, so we are in need of a new one. Phil, how are you doing? You had the worst time trying to navigate through a jump point and never succeeded after 4 hours attempting. Can you show a straightforward way to initiate the second jump? The second jump? What do you mean the second? Oh, to unsucceed the jump. I tried it for the first time the other day and managed it. It was a bit like, oh, you know, like the butt cheeks were clenched as I was going through, but I managed to get through. I don't know if there's like, I don't know what advice to give other than just look ahead and try and anticipate the nose of the ship. But try in a smaller ship, perhaps, because big ships can be a bit, you know, gonna poop yourself kind of thing. Oh, you started making content again. Nice. You took a break, I guess. Prudy, how you doing? Deacon, coming in with another gift sub of 3 months to Nemathon. Bless you, mate. Thank you so much. Keep those beers and parties rolling, please. We need to get, you know, emotes and things set up on YouTube. I haven't got them yet. I do apologize. What's happened, Dino? Vulture is your number 1, and also the only upgrade from Starter Pack. I'm going to work my way up to what I need. Best wishes from a crazy Norwegian. Yeah, the Vulture is just one of those ships that if you're going to work towards something, work towards that, and then use that to work towards other things, especially while, you know, salvaging is fun. There's obviously other elements of the game will advance as well, but right now salvaging is definitely one of my favourite things to do. Deacon, thank you, sir. Let's keep those beers and pies rolling. But yeah, I hopefully the next patch that comes out for 4.0, like right now, I'm not really too fussed about 3.4.3. I've been to the IAE many times. I may switch around my ships. I'm not really going to go checking it out. But for me, 4.0 is what I'm excited to see now. I want to see this come out. Motherfig, how you doing on YouTube? You're just wandering around out in the background, aren't you? You're like, oh, Twitch. Oh, there's YouTube as well. I'm hoping this next patch will have a lot of fixes, a lot of optimizations for server meshing for the locations as well. That would be the ideal. They should be able to cope with turret defense and engineering to the point that they can kill PvE bounties, but maybe reduce. Yeah, well, I guess it would also depend on the skill level of the NPC. Obviously, I get they don't want, you know, we don't want NPCs headshotting players like that, like we've seen in like Armor and so forth. There needs to be a variation to that, but they do often with their NPC traits and whatnot and abilities have various other elements involved, like what's it called? Like a cooldown or a mercy timer where they'll probably look at you if they've shot you and be like, do I need to keep shooting? You know, there's a lot of variety to it. But again, it's something that needs to be balanced. It needs to be worked out. And they can't be too overpowered. They can't be completely useless. But then the same will go for players, just in a natural sense, that some will be completely useless. Some will be pretty damn good. But yeah, until we actually see anything of NPC crew coming out, we can't tell whether they're right or not. Alice Aurora, how you doing? Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't been using Vulkan much, but I'm definitely looking forward to multi-threading. If that's going to have a benefit for me, that would be nice. Since 2004, Hervey. Yeah, Star Wars, I never played Star Wars Galaxies, but a lot of people hark back to that when talking about Star Citizen. Thank you, Sandman. Appreciate your help, my friend. I hope it's not too much work for you. I couldn't even get the jumps to activate. I got all the green lights and just couldn't jump. Spent hours trying. Oh, is that the... Well, oh, are you having the same issue then with that, Phil? So the jump attempt this weekend, so it might have been the server. I got aligned, get all 3 pips. Oh, I see. So yeah, you and Colt are having the same issue there. Has anyone else experienced that? What did I do? Because I had chat telling me what to do. I'd aligned everything. It was the mouse button. It was the fire button. So in order for you to get sucked in, you've got to shoot your weapon, essentially, which is your left mouse button. Isn't it left? Left click, yeah. Which is very much what on earth, right? Sort of situation. I wouldn't have figured that out. Well, I did check the keybinds, but my chat told me to press to shoot. So when you're all aligned, ready to jump, when it says engage jump, left mouse key, and then that'll suck you in. Windlord, how you doing? How are the Twitch advert reductions treating me? Have they reduced the adverts? I don't know. I mean, I'm very happy with my subs, cheers, and so forth that I get. I don't know how much I earn through ad revenue on Twitch, to be fair. I don't know how much I did earn before they changed the whole thing. So I can't possibly comment, I'm afraid. Yeah, thank you, Millerfig. Yeah, we're looking forward to the 4.0 one today. That'll be nice. Has a cool emote fountain way to celebrate subs. Okay, we'll be doing that then. 2 Bomber, welcome. Do you see the carrot getting a rework soon? So that the cat... I don't know about soon. I'm hoping, out of sympathy for the owners, they will at least make those cargo bays open, rather than waiting to, you know, push the modular side of things, because I don't know when they're going to start rolling out more modularity. But no, it would be nice if they could at least just make them open, so that people in the carrot can use it for its intention, you know. Ryan F, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. But no, I haven't heard anything about when they're going to do it, or I don't know when they're going to do it. I don't know when they're going to do a gold standard for the character. The problem is the big ships, they take a lot of time, don't they? So it's... I don't know if it's a priority for them outside of starter ships, entry ships, most used ships, that kind of stuff first. Stummerfoo, how you doing? The NPCs, I haven't really noticed much at the moment. The frame, whenever I've jumped in, the frame rate of the server's always been really low, so they've been kind of foo-bad. I've heard them talking quite a bit though, which is cool. In fact, I'm having a better experience with the NPCs on the live build than the PTU right now, than, you know, 4.0. But there's a lot of things going on with 4.0 which could be impacting it. So hopefully we'll just see that get better with the NPCs as time goes on with each patch. Ghost. Too much, my brain said. I just couldn't get... I'm gonna read that. Primogen, welcome. Me too. Me too. You left-clicked and everything for out. Oh, so left-click wasn't working either. It must have just been a bug then. I can't imagine... You know, like when I was stuck in my seat and my ship, I couldn't get out. I'm assuming it's just a bug. Both default to left-click, but there's an engage jump key in the bindings that is that's separate from the engage quantum drive. Ah, okay. I didn't know they reduced them, but I have noticed a reduction in ads. Oh, from what I understand, didn't they just... They haven't reduced the amount of ads, but they've made them less intrusive by putting them into the side. Like they've... Instead of it, like, popping up and stopping you from watching, they've just sort of moved them to the side? Or is that just for mid-roll ads? I don't know. You're waiting for 4.0 BTU testing, as that will tell us how dangerous. So far, yeah, I think Pyro is going to be a bit of a deathly hellhole to start with, especially. Again, we're going to need other elements like NPCs and protection and beacons and all that sort of stuff to really be working before things can settle down. So I think initially Pyro's going to be more dangerous than it would be with all those systems in, but still very much more dangerous than Stanton. I'm going to expect everyone is essentially shoot on sight, and I'm not going to be engaging with people so freely as I do in Stanton. As I say, I'm going to loot and I'm going to scavenge and salvage while in Pyro, living off grid, and then make my way through to Stanton to sell stuff, rather than trying to sell it to people in Pyro, because you just guarantee you're going to bump into someone and they'll be like, hi, which actually happened already. When I jumped in last night, I've said the story already, but it was a while ago. I landed at one of the salvage yards. There was Polaris everywhere, ships everywhere. I landed in my medical cutlass, and I got out, and I was just running up, and I started getting shot. I was like, what the hell? Turned around, couldn't see anyone. Started getting shot again. So I turned my torch on and saw this bloke with a P4 shooting at me. So I did the bob and weave, jumped around, and judo chopped him to the ground, knocked him out, picked up his weapon. He'd ran out of ammo. I couldn't stomp on his head, unfortunately. This sounds grotesque. But then eventually he stood up and shot me with his pistol. But I was quite... And, you know, no hello or anything. It was just boom, which expect that for Pyro. Rhino, how you doing? Have you just pledged on become a member, my friend? You did, didn't you? Thank you so much for supporting the Mac, Rhino. You decided to hop over to YouTube for a little bit, didn't you? Testing the waters. Beers and party, please. Unfortunately, we don't have this for YouTube yet. But you do get some fancy badges. Thank you so much, Rhino. Yeah, it looks like it, Topper. We've tried to jump in and things aren't going smoothly, so I'm assuming they're shutting it down now. But there should be a new one tonight, which would be nice. 800. The USN's Mark 48 torpedo costs an average... Well, yeah, I mean, real life. Yeah, it's pricey. Getting out of the pilot seat and backing can fix jump points. Okay, that might be worth trying. Thank you, Ferg. How you doing, mate? To the people worried about the ammo and bomb price. Yeah, I know. I see what you're saying. Yeah. In terms of the economy, the prices of ordnance needs to be relevant, right? And it'll be partly to do with how much it takes to make them and so forth, but just in the sense that it costs. They can't be dirt cheap like they are right now. Have I heard any more about the Pyro Sunflares? I don't think that's coming with 4.0. Didn't they move that out of 4.0? But yeah, it's... When they had it in the tech preview test, it was, like, dangerous. I was flying around. I think I was in my Pisces again, and I was just flying off, and then got hit by this flare. It killed my ship, and I started falling down again. I think the reason why that got moved out is because they need engineering for that to be effective as such. So... They want it to be systemic. They don't want it to just be a sort of artificial flare. So they want engineering, the resource network. When the flare happens, it impacts your components, and that's what causes you to fall. So that's probably why they moved it out. But it will come in. It might not be as much of a tech challenge, more of just we need engineering for that to be functional. But I don't know. First day was a mess. You were coming under fire just trying to get from Habe to Hangar. Yeah, I mean... Welcome, Will. Evocati, when you're in Evocati builds, there's an unwritten rule, or maybe it's a written rule, that you don't fight each other, because we're testing, right? We're testing everything, we're helping gather data. It isn't about shooting each other. The minute it went to Wave 1, it was just a free-for-all, and it's just going to keep on like that. But there's pros and cons to this. Pros being it'll reduce the amount of crime in Stanton a little bit. Cons mean that if you've got a Pyro, you're likely going to get shot at, and you need to cater for that or avoid. But then there's also a lot of other systems yet to come in, like we've seen in Stanton. There's so many systems we need, like better AI, beacons, a better crime system, NPCs coming to your aid and so forth. There's so much more to come that right now it is going to be a bit of a free-for-all, especially in Pyro. But there's still a lot of fun to be had in there, but I will be definitely avoiding most people. Kaiser Solo, how you doing? Swanning about in a Polaris until you see the repair bill. Yeah. Do not buy big ships unless you are aware of the cost and refuel. Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to cost a lot to keep that going. Yeah, I actually, when I was in with the Vulture, I flew, it was very restrictive. It's weird because the Vulture can't go very far. The Pisces seems to go all right, although they were very different distances. I went from one space station to a asteroid facility, which was about 50-odd kilometers, million kilometers, ran out of fuel, and then a Starfarer came and refueled me, which was very lucky because it was Space Cutler's friend who were coming to refuel him. But yeah, fuel management, planning your trip, and knowing where to go is going to be very important in Pyro, let alone being attacked. Yeah, exactly, Jaxie. That's, you know, that's the point, isn't it? Right now, there is very little consequence to anything. So naturally, it's gonna feel there's unfair advantages right now. But at the same time, Pyro is a dangerous place, so there needs to be that danger. But there is so much missing, so bear that in mind. You know, we're playing an alpha; things aren't finished. Regardless of whether you like that reasoning or excuse or whatever, it's a fact. So you're gonna have to deal with the occasional PvP, especially if you're in Pyro. If you don't want it, stay in Stanton. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, if you go through the Pyro, there's going to be trouble. How you doing, Trog? Yeah, everybody says the same thing. It's so strange. I must sound really old. I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Welcome, by the way. Not a clue about Tony Z. No. Yeah, he probably just wants to stay out of the public eye. He doesn't strike me as someone who likes drama. And with everything anyone ever says at CIG, there's always a lot of drama with it. So I think he's just like, I'm just going to do my work how I like to do it. But I don't know, because we haven't heard from him. That's my expectations. Flood, doing the contested zones, people are so tunneled visioned. I didn't end up shooting anyone because I felt bad and it was a rough weekend and people probably checking it out for the first time. Yeah, true. It is definitely a bit of a catch-22 there, isn't it? You're loving the Intrepid, flying it all weekend, a lot better with the size 4. Yeah, I don't know whether the size 4 versus size 3 was good or bad. I've said in the past, I don't care about stats right now. It seems like a good choice. Everyone seemed to think so as well, so that's good. The interior, I love it. The exterior is unusual, but I don't mind it. It's growing on me. Like the cutter. When I saw the cutter, I thought, oh my god, that's ugly, but I love it now. So yeah, I'm really liking the Intrepid. Depends on the price, though, really. Gaslight Station, welcome, Skedo. Gaslight Station in Pyro 5 will be so busy. Why is that? What's around there? Ben, I think, is doing stuff in the background. Yeah. Oh, does he not work there anymore? Oh. I miss Ben. There should be a fuel gauge at all times in all modes. Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of things, like when... I'm still getting used to the whole MFD change, and what options I have to toggle on or off or have gone. There's definitely more improvement to be had there, and some important information to be shown. Yo, Darth, how you doing? What's that? It's definitely going to be a choice to make in terms of the... Like, Stanton is going to be less dangerous than Pyro, 100%. But depending on what you do, where you're going, will determine how often you bump into problems and so forth. So there's a lot of choice there, you know? But yeah, everyone is out of content right now. Absolutely. There isn't... The game is nowhere near final in terms of what it's trying to offer to give a clear picture of how it's going to feel when all is said and done. Because we're missing too many systems. Not planetary systems, but game systems. And that's why we have a bad time a lot of the time. The Intrepid is cool. Half tempted to go for the Intrepid for 4.0. Downgrade from the C1. Just want to make it as hard as possible for myself. Just in like Zero to Hero style. Yeah. Oh, I see the only station. Yeah, of course. Yo, dog, how you doing? I don't know. Has anyone in the chat ever seriously applied to CIG? I don't know if anyone has. You've been wanting to move on from cybersecurity. They're always looking for staff. In fact, we have on my Twitch we have a command that pops up where you would apply for that kind of thing. So if you are interested, by all means, you know, jump on and go for it. For whatever is available. Phoenix, welcome. Did you play 4.0? If yes, how does the server meshing performance far as it's in at this point? Not as I would have hoped at this point, but there's still a lot to do to make it in the sense of performance that we were hoping for. And there's a lot of other analytical data being gathered on and systems running on the PTU right now that is causing less performance. So, and I think a lot of it is just optimizations are needed. From what I understand, they've got server meshing working in the build now, partly dynamic as well, and now they're going to start optimizing it. So I'm really hoping that we will start to see those performance improvements come through each patch, for incrementally as time goes on. So yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, a lot of the CIG community guys, some of the devs, a lot of the people there are ex-backers, but whether people in this chat are, I don't think so. What's the word on player settlements, Tennis? What do you mean? My face is 18 and my voice is 55, Elite. I'll take that. I'm not going to argue there. Don't agree, but I'll take it. So, yeah, currently working on 3.24.3 PTU, a new ePTU build as well for 4.0. Today's 3.24.3 PTU combines the hotfixes done over the weekend and is a live release candidate for later. Thank you, Rhino. So, not 4.0 related, but 3.24.3. There's a new build coming tonight with more hotfixes, and that is a release candidate for live, which is going to be the IAE patch anyway, but I suspect by that point they may have some more hotfixes and improvements in. Sure thing, Tegan. Have a good time, my friend. Thank you so much for the support, as always. Catch you next time. I am Harold. I decided it was time. It was finally time. Welcome, my friend. You're a new player, just wondering how the fuel system works. So, welcome, Payne. Technically, when you run out of fuel, or when you're running out of fuel, ideally, not when you've run out. If you're running out of fuel and you want to refuel, hangars, space stations, hangars, and Shuban, I think just Shuban, mining stations, planetside, are places you can press F1 to bring up your MobiGlass. Oops. And then scroll over to landing services, and then it'll give you an option of what you want to do. Refuel, repair, rearm. You've got 2 refuel options. Hydrogen, quantum. Whatever's low, just refuel it. Sometimes it's bugged. Doesn't always work, which is a pain. But that's generally where they're at now. So it doesn't... Welcome, Hadley. So they have stated that there are a lot of elements of dynamic server meshing in the build that we have. And it's not going to be like it was intended previously of, here's static server meshing and then here's dynamic. We already have elements of dynamic in this build, and we're going to finish that off throughout however long it takes. I don't know what it was mentioned in. I can't remember. They've mentioned it a couple of times in various videos, but I don't think it was ever written down. I just need a pee. Oh, I'll be back in a sec. believe how dark it is already. It's crazy. Yo, Architect, how you doing? Nephilim, welcome, Nephilim. It's out in the sense that it's in the PTU testing right now. Not like right now, I think they've taken it down, but they're testing it out on in the PTU for Wave 1. Yeah, 4.0 is the true starting point of optimizations. Absolutely. There's only so much they can do without all the foundational tech. The server meshing we're getting for 4.0 will allow them to optimize that and optimize the game a bit more. But I suppose once we get to full dynamic server meshing, then they can really go to town. But while they're still messing with core tech, converting systems to work and so forth, and updating the old systems to the new systems, it's gonna be a mess, right? But it's getting there. Dino, thank you so much for becoming a member, my friend. Exclamation beers and party. It didn't work on YouTube, I'm afraid. We will come up with some of these. Sandman already has a list of things to do to make it so that we can do all those celebratory things in YouTube as well. I much appreciate it, Dino. Thank you. They need to fix the freight manager issues with the terminals. Is that still happening, 89? Oh my lord. They certainly do. Is that Honda? The 89 CR 500. Yeah, there's a lot of issues with, that was another mini 318 episode, wasn't it? Where inventory and freight elevators were just having a proper brain fart. It was a nightmare for a long time. And it certainly seems to still be going on. You've been doing the first stage of Save Stanton, and I'm now able to get to stage 2 to... You're not able to get it to trigger. I don't know. Does anybody know how to do that? For Rob? Yeah, absolutely playing catch-up. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, focus on 4.0 once 324.3 goes live. CIG has Christmas break too, with 4.0 before... Hello? What's going on here? Am I downloading something again? No comments. What were we saying? Yeah, so... Oh, you're taking the piss. Generally, the last patch of the year goes live around the 20... before the Christmas break. So essentially, they have less time... in December than they would for a typical patch launch. What's going on here? Come on. Which, yeah, does kind of mean there's a reduced time, and there's a good, I was originally 50-50 whether it would be live this year or live next year. Now that they've got it into Wave 1, I feel like it's more likely going to be live this year, but it could still equally be live next year, right? There's still a big chance that can happen. So I would love for them to get it out this year to live, so long as it's stable and playable, while they're on the Christmas break, because that's a bit of a break where they're not necessarily going to be updating things and we're stuck with it. So it's kind of like, do you want... Well, it's not really a choice, because it is what it is, but do we want it to be in PTU as playable as possible for the break, or do we want it to be live? I mean, I want it to be live as playable as possible. It's a silly question, isn't it? Because obviously we want it to be out live and we want it to be playable. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. It really depends on how much they can optimize, how quick they can do that, like with any patch they release. But it's an important one, so if this is if we can get it out before the end of the year or early next, we are golden for 2025 to really push that stuff. Yo, re-elected us. No, I guess they wouldn't, because there's no way of reporting the crime. Red Claw, welcome. I haven't seen any new minables, from the very brief amount of rocks that I've checked, but there are a lot of new commodities to buy and sell when I looked at one of the terminals. But apparently there's going to be a lot more. There's going to be some items to find as well that are unique to Pyro. So there should be a lot of reason to go through to Pyro, or at least bring things back from Pyro and to sell to those who don't want to go through. Yo, SWAT, how you doing? Who wants to bet that the Polaris gets Ship of the Year? Probably. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Yo, Raymoin, welcome. No chance at all to hit PTU live before the end of the year. Best scenario's open. You reckon? It certainly could be. Certainly could be. I missed your Lord of the Rings pun. Where was that? Which, did I miss it? Tell me again. Red Marine, how you doing? I think this is the first time that I've ever caught you live, but I love your videos. Thank you so much. Live, you crap, but your videos are alright. Thank you, Red Marine. Rika Polly, welcome. I remember playing this years ago with an org with me. Yeah, we used to do quite a bit of org stuff. I don't recognise the name, though. Have you changed your name, or what was your org name? I do want to get back to org stuff, but maybe wait until we have more proper org elements, like what we saw at CitizenCon this year. I mean, that's up to you, Harry. I think it's worth it, but it depends on what you're hoping for, really. It's still a PTU patch. It's still a difficult patch where it's probably more frustrating than fun at this point. So, maybe avoid it for now, but yeah. I don't know. I can't answer that for you, I'm afraid. Oh, you missed it, not me. Okay. 7 to 8 years ago. That's crazy, isn't it? Was it with... it wasn't with Sanford and Sons, was it? Recap? It'll be live. The W1 test over the weekend gave them a lot of good data. There will be a lot of tweets to come to W1. What's the W1 test? Sure thing, Kevsky. You have a great day, my friend. Catch you next time. Yeah, I think so, Vince. I think they've taken 4.0 down for now. Oh, Wave 1. Sorry. Yeah. They pushed it to Wave 1. They can see where the issues are, and I'm hoping that tonight's patch will have a lot of good fixes and optimizations for it. That would be really nice. Before I completely forget my manners, hello. How are you doing? Finally nice to see your face. Hello, sir. Thank you for joining us. No, I'm good, thank you. It's nice to be streaming to YouTube. It's been a long while coming. Yo, Lisa Simpson. Well, they've taken it down now. It was so from my experience of Wave 1, let's say, because I played the Evocati build, but Wave 1, space stations in all builds, very, very high entity count, like 200,000 plus, when generally at landing zones you're looking at around 130,000 at most. So the entity count is massive, and space stations are very laggy and desyncy and low frame rate. The minute you get away from that, it starts to open up, and things, you know, like planet side, you can be around 30 frames, which is fine. But then since they introduced the Pioneer and went to Wave 1, there is a lot more ships at locations planet side and a lot of Polaris. So the frame rate does deplete. If I look at a Polaris, it depletes. If I turn around, it seems to do a bit better. But it's cluttered. And yeah, just getting out of a space station is a pain in the ass. There's still a lot of areas where things will bug out, but performance is fine. The frame rate of the server is pretty low, but that's still an issue. I think dynamic is where that's going to change. So yeah, it's a mixed bag, but ultimately now it's gone to Wave 1. I'm hoping over the weekend, like you say, they'll have gathered a lot of data. They can come up with some good fixes and get it more playable. This is generally what happens in most PTU patches, irrespective of whether there's huge core tech pieces. It can start out really poor. It'll slowly get better. The first wave PTU, Wave 1 is often not great, while they're opening to bigger numbers of players. So we'll see what tonight's brings. Oh, sorry, not tonight. Is it tonight? Yeah, I think they're looking to put one out tonight, aren't they, for 4.0. 3.2.4.3 is a release candidate tonight. That's what they're putting out. So we'll see how it goes. Cerberus, welcome. First time watching one of your streams, and you do not look how I imagined. Not a bad thing. Thank you. Welcome. It's still running, Sandro, but I can't do anything on it. It's like they've closed it down, and we're still kind of like able to get access, but it's unsupported. I don't know. It feels really bad. You made it to Pyro, tried to refuel at a space station. Yeah, I couldn't even... Mine didn't desync. I just wasn't able... I went to one of those scrap yards, and I couldn't refuel there. Oh, Star Sailor! Yeah, that must have been... That was Sanford & Sons, wasn't it? Yeah. Because back in the day, I joined Halleck's group called Sanford & Son after I put out a video. We're talking nearly a decade ago here. I put out a video talking about the Artemis, which, if you don't know, if you like lore in games, read about the Artemis, which is the first sort of AI-controlled ship that had 5,000 people on board that went out to, like a colony ship. And it went missing. And it's unfounded. It's not unfound. It's unfound. There's elements found around the place that they've discovered about it and so forth. But all the crew disappeared and the ship disappeared. And after putting out, the plan years ago, that what I'd like to do is go searching for that ship as one of the main focal points when I get in game. A viewer contacted me, said he's putting together an org. Would you like to join? And I did. And Star Sailor, you joined as well, and many others. And we had a few sessions playing together. And then Tactical Advance told me I should probably create my own org, which I did. I'm still a member of Sanford & Sons, but, most of those guys don't play much. I still see a few of them commenting on YouTube and so forth. But yeah, that was, 7 or 8 years ago. Blimey. Are you doing well? Are you starting to get back into it? The planet with the cool tall mountains. Is that the yellow one? That's called Bloom. The one with the yellow moss. Hopefully, once 4.0 launches, they commit to tuning and not deploying. They're going to do both. At the end of the day, they should still create content because you've got many people hired at CIG and they can't say to one team, don't make any content while we're just doing this. It's like, keep doing what you're doing. But the engineering team are massively invested in optimizing server meshing. Like, it's a priority. And a lot of the other teams anyway are converting a lot of their systems to work with server meshing so that it works across the board, so that's good. Night Guy, how you doing? Yeah. What's it like over at YouTube right now? Any good? You're still flying around Bloom? Yeah, for some reason I could get in to 4.0, but nothing was working, and I was just stuck. It could just be me having a bad time. I don't know. You're in the EU... What, on 4.0 right now? Are you in Pyro right now? So you got into the Wave 1 patch, and you chickened out of the choice of spawning in Pyro. I chose Stanton at Corp in Area 18, as I usually spawn there. Justified it by telling myself you will soon jump to Pyro. There's nothing wrong with that, because you're still testing the server configuration and so forth. But, yeah, spawning in at the space stations is troublesome because of the lack of optimizations. It can be a bit of an age getting out of them. That might be why I struggled with it. So the EU was unavailable, and you managed to get in, Rhino. It's really strange what's going on. I don't know if there's, like, some form of disconnection between different shards or whatever. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. This may be a question asked and answered a long time ago, but how come, even when they don't wipe, we still end up losing? I think that's to do with the issues with the inventory system and persistence and whatever is going on there. It could also be to do with... It could also have something to do with leaving things in your hangar out rather than storing it. Like they always say to store everything in your inventory, which is the best case of not losing it, but it still seems to happen. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it's a pain in the ass. But yeah, best way to mitigate the amount of things going missing is just to store everything in the inventory. You know, use your hangars, your freight elevators, sorry, and store everything away. Which is a shame because obviously if you spend time decorating your hangar and then you've got to put it all back again, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. But it's probably the most smoothest way of doing it. Outside of the first few hours, I actually had a great experience for Wave 1 over the weekends. Hours of smooth gameplay with no server issues. I think what's probably happened is over the duration of the weekend, you know, the servers have sort of died and become worse. Every server I've jumped on recently, like today, well, today, I'm looking at like 3 FPS for the server, so I think it's more just the dying off. You got onto the EPTU in USA right after I did. You're still running around in the station buying components with no issues besides the usual. Just finished my shopping. Well, that's good. I mean, that's a good thing. It must have just been something on my end that was causing problems, which isn't good, but, you know, if it's an individual thing, I'd rather that than be the whole server, you know? Oh, is it a known issue, Ralph? Okay, thank you. About the landing locations for refueling. They're a known issue that they're not working. Prediction end of week will be trying for Wave 2. Do you know, I feel like they're going to try and push through the waves. I really do. Partly because they want it out this year, but also just because I feel like they're all hands on deck. Now's the time to do it before the Christmas break. I think in their own heads, internally, you know, they want to get it done and out the door just for morale. I don't think they want to come back after the Christmas break and have to keep on with putting out PTU builds. It's a bit porous. Fell through 3 times. That's one of the main issues, is falling through the planet when you're entering buildings specifically, for me. But that is, I think, more of an asset optimization or a planet optimization. I think it's more to do with the actual location itself, the settlements that they've put down. They just need optimizing, bug fixing, which is separate to server meshing. You know, it's not like that's a server meshing issue. That's an individual thing that needs to be worked on. You picked Pyro, waiting for a hotfix now. I can't leave the hangar. Are you? Yeah, you're trying to request takeoff and it's not happening. I had that issue as well. Your Star Lancer spawns with no landing. Yeah, mine does. I think that's a known issue as well. Like I say, I'm going to put out a video, maybe not tomorrow, maybe the next day, where I flew to a derelict outpost on Pyro, whatever, Pyro 2 I think it was. And saw that it was huge in comparison to what we have now in the live build. And I just clicked play, you know, record, and I went to do a little video on it to show off the area. And yeah, my Star Lancer didn't have gear. Like, it's not even an option to toggle on. You don't even have the annunciator on your MFD to tell you that the gear is there. It's just literally there's no landing gear for the Star Lancer. It's so funny. Just this thing belly flopping everywhere it goes. Pengovino, welcome. Isn't it? I think it is Bloom with the tall mountains. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, absolutely, Harry. You know, at the end of the day, server meshing works. It just needs more optimizing. So getting it out, fixing the issues, puts us in a great place to then continue optimizing, but also bring out the gameplay. Because there's a lot of gameplay held up by server meshing. Or not just necessarily server meshing, but the systems needing converting, like the social systems, the ATC systems, all these, the transit systems. In order for NPCs to properly flourish and like bounty hunting and exploration and things like that, these systems need to be converted to server meshing. So technically it's holding up those gameplay elements. Thank you, Ice Viper. We will get back to playing, but obviously in the meantime, if we're jumping in while I'm streaming, you're more than welcome to jump in. Anyone is, you know? You were still in a bunch of orgs I signed up to years ago who I didn't even have contact with anymore, so I left them all for the Essenborg. Yeah. Isn't it crazy, though? Like, for example, Star Sailor, there's so many people that I have known for about a decade now, if not more. And you know, we all take our breaks and come back and forth, and it's so cool seeing them coming back and being like, how are things these days? You know, we've all lived for another decade. for better, for worse, and that's a long time to have known someone, and then catching up, it's crazy. I believe it's just the ammo and consumables never go into the long... Yes, but there's still some issues, isn't there, with things failing, which is strange. Welcome, by the way, Chris. I don't know, have I said hello to you yet? Once you get out of the stations, it smooths out. Yes, it certainly does. I always store everything. This was even before persistent hangers. We keep all our money, ships, rep, and items, but zero... Oh, so, yeah, they're just not tied into the persistent... long-term persistence tech. It's consumables that are not tied into the long-term persistence. So they're not attributed to that system, so they go missing. Sorry, I see what you're saying. Yeah, just as Chris says there. Yo, Stackhouse, how you doing? Welcome. Yes, pretty much. Everything in Star Citizen falls into the category of works but needs more optimization. At what point is the tech debt too high? Well, what they're doing now, which a lot of teams are working on, is going through the tech debt and fixing those issues, optimizing those issues. A lot of stuff just needs to be converted. I mean, audio, for example, as we heard recently, is they're working on this new audio system, but there are so many sounds in the game that need to be converted to this new one or set up in this new one, and then rolled out. And you're right, there is a lot of tech debt, and about maybe 1 or 2 years ago, they pointed out that as a problem, and they have been, not every team, I don't know, I mean, I'm hoping every team, but a lot of teams have been working through that debt, trying to bring things up to a good standard. But there's clearly a lot to do, a lot more to do as well. Yo, Fuji, how you doing? It probably won't happen until dynamic server meshing, but they need to figure out a way to swap out fresh... Yeah, that's what dynamic does, as you say. I don't know if there's a way of doing that with static, or if, you know, with the partial amounts of dynamic meshing they've got in-game right now, if there's a way they can bring that in before the whole thing is done. But yeah, that's the intention of dynamic, is when a server starts going downhill, it just replicates everything over to a new server, transitions you over with hopefully like a minimal amount of notice of that, and then you carry on as normal. Sure thing, Calpin. Enjoy your dinner, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I wonder with the price of ammo and so forth going up, with the economy changes, I wonder if they are going to then include them in the long-term persistence. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Would be very nice. Are there too many players trying to call, or are the hangars actually busted? It's probably a mixture of the two. I think when they first launched Wave 1, wasn't there like an issue? I think I was out and about at the time, but I think there was an issue with the amount of people trying to get in, and it needed scaling up. The boss is gone. Nice. Luigi, how you doing? Thank you for joining us. What I am hoping for is that server degradation is something they tackle. What is the point of playing it over time? Your inputs lag, and you end up waiting seconds between. Well, that's definitely a high priority for them, is optimizing server meshing so that the degradation is... So I think with static server mesh, or whatever we have right now, the server frame rate will still deplete, but it will deplete at a slower rate, technically. And then when dynamic comes along, once it's depleted so far, it'll just switch over to a new one, you know? Yeah, blank screen. I've noticed blank screens as well. Is that what it's connected to? Riva, how you doing? Are you on EU by any chance? From what I understand, the EU servers tend to have a lot of 30Ks, but have better performance, and then the US servers have better performance, but less 30Ks. Sorry, worse performance, but less 30Ks. Was that what you guys were saying on Discord the other day? You had a 6-month break, had a 9-month break, had several 3-month breaks. It's great. So many great games out there. Yeah, absolutely. You go and play them, don't you? And then you come back. Nox07, welcome. Clark, welcome. No, obviously that's a personal choice, and you're not alone in that one, Clark. Chalk. So Clark's saying there's no point in playing Star Citizen until there's not going to be any wipes. And that's absolutely true, because there is no longevity in a game which is getting wiped. And there's not supposed to be. You know, they're going to try and decrease the amount of wipes so that they can gather better data and we can go for longer without having to sort of have a reset. But while we're in a work in progress environment, the wipes are going to be... They're the worst of it all, because any progress you do make is somewhat pointless. And going in, like, playing an alpha with that in mind, you need to be aware of that, because you're making a choice to jump in and play something that's going to be wiped. It is technically a waste of time, but if you're having fun, then it doesn't matter. And that's the way I see it. I jump in and I play Star Citizen because I enjoy it, not because I'm trying to progress, because there's no progressing in a game that's getting wiped. I just have a great time in Star Citizen. Not every time, but a lot of the time I do, especially when I'm playing with you lot on stream. But I go in, and that's why I play, because I enjoy it. I know full well there's going to be a wipe, so I don't get too pent up on what I find and what the progress I make. But everybody has an opinion on that as to whether they want to play or not. And there are some people that just follow the project, they don't play at all. And that's fine, because like I keep saying, I'm not here for the alpha, I'm here for the finished product. But I'll play the alpha if I want to while I enjoy it. If it's bad, I won't. But yeah, you make your own choice, right? That's the point of it. I don't know what makes a server die. I don't know what causes it to degrade, personally. Sorry, chat's just zoomed off there. Laughbot, did I say thank you for the 23-month resub? I don't think I did. But Beers and Paddy, how you doing today? Fun memories and screenshots don't get wiped. Yeah, absolutely. You play Star Citizen because it feels more immersive than anything else. Yeah, absolutely. That's it. You play it because you enjoy it. If you don't enjoy it, then you don't play it. That's just common sense, right? You disagree in some degree. It is like saying there is no reason to play because there is no Well, absolutely, Philip. Welcome. That's my point, is you play for the reasons you want to play. Longevity and progress right now is not one of those, because there is none of that. You can progress a little bit, and that's why I like the Zero to Hero stuff, because you can make progress and it's like a challenge, and then you get there and you're like, yes. Then they wipe, and it's like, right, let me do that again with the new gameplay features. But at the end of the day, it's still gonna get wiped. So, jumping in right now might not be the best thing for you, for them, for me, but I enjoy it, and that's, having fun is never a waste of time, absolutely. And, as you say, skills and techniques are something somewhat gained. There's obviously that element of things will change, things will be balanced and tuned, like we saw with the flight model and so forth. We're not going to get into it. But where you can spend time learning something and then it gets completely changed and all that learning is kind of pointless. But if you had fun doing it, then there's still a reason behind that. I enjoy wipes, yeah. The wet ones, they're the best ones. Yo, Highway, what do you mean by already? If you mean wave 1, absolutely. If you mean live, absolutely not. Yo, Super Champs, how you doing, sir? You started playing this game when you cannot leave the hangar or even fly. No PU and etc. I love Star Citizen. This game is something else. Yeah, same. Even just sitting in my Aurora, which was the only ship I had for a long time, in my hangar, which, as you say, you couldn't even get out of the hangar. You would just, your hangar, your ship table, maybe a fish tank. That's all we had. And since then, we've had some great patches. We've had some bad patches. We've had some pros and cons. It's been definitely been a roller coaster. But never have I ever experienced gameplay and fun like Star Citizen. And like I say, the fact that it's in an alpha and I'm having that much fun already tells me it's worth sticking with. But that's not every patch, right? There are some patches, and it still happens now. I jump in and it's like, oh my god, what a waste of time. Let me get out of here. You had to laugh when you realized the presence of the Polaris has such an impact on frame rate. Yeah, I know. Like, putting that into the EPTU for 4.0, it's ruined it. I'm gonna say it, it's ruined it. Every time I go down to any location planet side in 4.0, I'm dealing with Polaris frame rate issues. It annoys me to death. I see these huge ships, like 6 ships just in one landing place. So annoying. That definitely needs a lot of optimizations. Yeah, the old helmet flip. I can't believe we haven't got the helmet flip back. When they launched Arena Commander for the first time, and he walks in, he picks up his helmet, and he does this flip, puts it on, it was like shivers. I had chills for some reason, because it was just a helmet flip, but it was beautiful. Vanilla Gorilla, apologies, and CryptoKey, thank you for the follows, by the way, I missed that. But yeah, I suppose maybe once we get the actual physical helmets where you can see the interior of them and put them on, that's, hopefully we'll get that animation to flip it. You started playing Outlaws, Star Wars Outlaws at first. You liked that it was more progressive than Star Citizen, and after about 20 hours, every time I played Outlaws, I wish I was playing Star Citizen, because even though it is not a finished game, and it has bugs and no persistent progress, the freedom and the fidelity is unmatched. There is nothing like Star Citizen out there. Absolutely. You could get out of the hangar. You could get out of the hangar back then. All you had to do was use the ladder that was there on a bad day, and it launched you out into the void. Do you remember trying to get out of certain doors because the frame rate was so low, you could wiggle, and eventually it was as if the frame rate would cause you to clip through the door, and you could get to certain areas, weirdly. It was so strange. Fun memories get wiped at your age. Sorry, don't do that. We store those memories. We can write them down, it's fine. I'm recording as many of the memories as I can. The game is so much better. The game is great for real. Of course, we need all the promises being made, but I'm happy with it. Yeah, I'm happy with the progress. Like, after 12 years, like yourself, I'm happy with the progress. I'm happy with where they're at. I'm happy with where they're going. Yes, of course, I'd like it to be quicker, and I'd like it to be less buggy, but I'm seeing the light at the end of the tunnel more so than I ever have, and that's good. Yeah, I guess they just need to bring that model over, don't they, APOC? It was like, I went down to record a video, and it's not even just the frame rate kill with the Polaris. It's how obnoxiously big it is, and how they land it next to an outpost, and it's essentially like its own outpost. It's its own settlement. It's bigger than anything in that landing location. And then when there's multiple, I'm trying to do this video of, I mean, it's first world problems, but I'm trying to do this video of, you know, this environment, and there's a huge Polaris in the background. It's like, you're ruining the shot, for crying out loud. And then nobody owns it anymore. They've quit. They've quit long ago. It's fair salvage, but I can't salvage that. Funny watching Todd Fox trying to use the Pyro gate with at least a half a dozen Polaris. Did that happen, or was that just chaos? Mojo, welcome. It's almost like letting us nerds buy massive capital ships with cash was a bad idea. Yeah. What were they thinking? What did they think was going to happen? When do you think we will see base building on the live servers? 18 months. 16 to 18 months. All being well. I know they want... everything they showed off at Citizen comparing, 1.0 stuff is essentially 12 to 18 months away, I think is what they said. And I feel like base building is one of those that's long way off. Sorry, Philip. Yeah, I kind of figured you meant a game, but I couldn't think of what it was. I was thinking WoW, but no, I kind of figured it was something like a game. No other game has the Intrepid, so I play no other game. You think 5 years, Invisible Wolf? I don't think so. Let's be careful. Mac getting a bit negative about the tech demo. No, I know. It's painful seeing those Polaris, though, when I'm just trying to get this nice, cool shot. Like I say, first world problems. It just needs that optimizations model, or whatever it's called. C-Dub, how you doing? You're not the only one, my friend. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. They can operate a policy. We give you a ship for free to try out. You abandon it, you don't get it back. Full stop. Yes. Well, obviously, and like long term, maybe not super long term, but soonish and long term goal is you're gonna want to look after your ships. Of course, on a PTU, you don't care. I do it. I ditch my ships all the time. So I am being very hypocritical. hypocritical. But, you know, it's my channel, so I can be. They hang out a private room. I don't remember that. Flying naked in space, passing through thick space station walls. Those were the days. How long ago was the vote to increase the scope of the cutscene landings again? We had a choice to choose to read. Yeah, it was pretty much at the end of the Kickstarter, wasn't it? When they were like, funding seems to have really exploded. Do you want us to make the game that we outlined for the original Kickstarter price, or do you want us to push it and take it further? And I don't think anybody said, nah, finish the game that you intended. Because they were a few million more into, you know, funding at that point. They only wanted 2 million. They got 4 at the end of the Kickstarter, and then it was like almost $1 million a week. And they asked us, they said, do you want us to create this game that we outlined in 2012, which people still hack back to for some reason, even though everything's changed. And I was like, hell no. No, you make the best of the best. And then 2015, it's like, we're going to make procedural planets. It's like, right, well, there goes that 100 systems at launch intention, which I'm all right with. People still bring it up, though. Very strange. Yeah, that's the time it took. They started with 12 people. They're now at 1,100 across the world with a completely redeveloped engine, tools, like, you know. That stuff takes time. SE60606. It probably could if you keep making boxes. What's this? Sorry. I've forgotten what I've said earlier. You'll have to remind me. I do apologize. The sad part of the good background Polaris can actually look really good at... Well, yes, but not when the frame rate's like... Next time, tell me where you are, and I will come with my Polaris and ruin the day. Thanks, mate. Most abandoned ships in 4.0 are probably because of... Yeah, absolutely, falling through the planet. No, like I say, I do it. I can't complain. It's alright, Raymond. You shout at Rhino. Essential assets. Oh, sorry, and other essential assets. Now that those foundational elements are complete, they can accelerate the game development and offer those resources to other developers. Well, I don't think they'll offer it for sale, but yeah, the speed at which they can accelerate development is, you know, with Squadron as well, getting to the point where it's at, we are seeing that increase, but a lot of it is held up by server meshing, so get that in, and then let's ramp it up, even more so. Technically make the claim timer more long. There's more to it than that, and the problem is they did that once when there were still a lot of bugs causing people to need to claim their ships, and of course increasing the timer and increasing the cost of like a claim when there are still a lot of bugs causing you to have to claim the ship through no fault of your own. It didn't go down well, understandably. I'm actually of the mind, increase the timers. Make it, you know, more expensive. Make it more realistic to the economy. I would rather they do that, but understandably a lot of others aren't. Because that would encourage people to actually spend a bit more time looking after their stuff. But, like I say, if every time you're having to claim a ship is, on average, you know, 8 times out of 10 because of a bug, it just doesn't... It's not that straightforward, right? Surely there should be a ton of issues flying cap ships in atmosphere event. Well, yeah, flight... It's... Atmospheric flight, there is still a lot to come for that with the thrusters and controllable surfaces. So, naturally, when it comes to flying large vessels or, you know, non-super aerodynamic vessels in atmosphere, it's going to be more of a problem. But yeah, I don't know when that's going to happen. For sure, you thought I was an old fart. I suppose I do sound like an old fart. Welcome. No, I haven't heard them mention why people are falling through the planet, but I've only noticed it when I'm entering a building. So I think it's to do with the optimizations of the actual building assets themselves, where you're clipping through the floor. Every time I enter one of the buildings, I'm like, whoa, whoa. You know, clenching those buttocks again. So I think it's more to do with just the optimizing of that. I've not actually fallen through the terrain, as in just the terrain, in a long time. But when there's a building nearby, or there's like, sometimes there is a lot of like weird geometry around the settlement. But again, I think that's more to do with, I suppose, the Rastar tool and their placement tool. As my granddad used to say to me, you can't promise a banana to a monkey, you can only give a banana to a monkey. Yeah, I like that. I thought I'd add the voice just for a bit more immersion. You know, we're all about immersion in this game. Terrain mesh holes is just what you get when you put 6 new... Yeah, it just needs more optimizing for the planet, for the assets. It's something that they will be working on, of course. When you start thinking about how many have capital ships, launch day is going to be a nightmare. Hopefully by that point they'll have done enough testing now. But yeah, project, I reckon, with 1.0 outlining the Nyx system having Vanduul raids, I feel like Operation Pitchfork can finally commence at that point where everybody just waits in Nyx together, waiting for a Vanduul clan to come in, and then a clan of like 5 will roll in, and this army of players will just go and they'll be done. They'll be salvaged, and they'll be gone, and then we'll wait. That's what Pitchfork is going to be like when it first kicks off. Ramcat, how you doing? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about where they want servers, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see what their plan is. Ideally, they'd have it where nowhere was suffering, but I don't know what... I mean, they've only just opened up to China, haven't they? So there's... Or is it just... Not China, but Asia. So I would expect they would want to spread them further as well. Yeah, just taking the scenery, Alice. Absolutely. I mean, it is a screenshot generator. So when we get global illumination, ray tracing, or whatever their equivalent is, it's going to be beautiful. Yeah, coming out of a building. 4.0 door threshold. Yes, that seems to be where it is. You can feel yourself going whoop, whoop, and then obviously you disappear. King Max, how you doing? Welcome. You hope they make them... I hope they make everywhere really smooth, in all fairness. But, yeah, obviously, when you're in heated FPS, it would be helpful. It will be the same thing it is right now, because all of the Wave 1 will have access to the Polaris for the first week. Yes, yeah, absolutely. That's where the frame rate gets plummeting. Yeah. No, you won't be able to afford the ammo. Day 1 in 1.0, people will be grinding so hard for the initial cash and base claims. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be like a system-wide, across 5 systems, gold rush, where everybody's... Prior to Wave 1 releasing, I'm pretty sure myself and everyone else included will already know where they initially want to create a base, and they'll be praying that nobody gets there, so that when the day comes, they can go flying out there as quick as possible, make a claim and start building. I feel like that's going to happen. No, exactly, Max. No, I think I've got... Oh, hang on. Wrong chat. Bear with me. Okay, there we go. Spider, welcome. Long time watcher. First time catching a stream. I must say, I am not disappointed. Love all your work. Thank you so much, Spider. Much appreciated. And welcome. And yeah, if you are, new to the stream, what we tend to do with Twitch, like YouTube is great for doing gameplay and news and trying to make it as professional as possible, I suppose. Twitch is, that sort of set me up for failure there. Twitch is like a casual hangout where we just chat. We hang out, we chat about Star Citizen, we chat about its future. If anyone's got any questions, we try and answer what we can. We talk about what we enjoy now and so forth. So feel free, ask any questions, chill out, talk about what you're excited about. That's just generally what we do on the live stream. Obviously, if I would play as well, but there's no point in jumping in now. You've fallen through stations, hangars, elevators, planets at certain locations, and moons at certain locations than I care to count. Clearly, they need to tighten up their geometry. Yes, absolutely. Screw new ships, I just want my carrot cargo base. Yeah, Jarrett, it would be nice, wouldn't it, to get those sorted? We were talking about that earlier. Welcome, by the way. It would be cool if they could just get those functioning for, like, a temporary reason, without having to push to, you know, like modularity for the whole ship, but at least get it to that point, right? Ultimate Revenger, welcome. This chat always sounded like a 60-year-old in the videos. What makes you think I'm not 60? I've just had a really easy paper round. If that makes sense. I don't know if that's a universal saying. I'm assuming it is, or you get what I mean. Yo, Zero Dank. Yo, Seven. It's abysmal that these starter don't have component access yet. Oh, it's in the starter vehicles. Sorry, gold standard. Sorry, I just looked up to where your first comment was. Akinla, welcome. Yeah, I think they're... What they've said... oh, hello, Coffee. Is... I think they've sort of mentioned that the next ships to get gold standard would be the starter ships like the Aurora and the Mustang. And then the Constellation and the Cutlass, was it? I believe somewhat recently, like pre-CitizenCon, they mentioned they're the next ones to get updated to gold standard. But then I think as well it'll be the most used, which would kind of make sense. The Shield, when can we expect you to do as a new Zero to Hero? Yeah, 4.0. Thank you, by the way. So my plan for 4.0 is off-grid and Zero to Hero. As you know, I do off-grid and I do Zero to Hero. Zero to Hero is generally your more episodic stuff, which there's a lot of dependencies on that working. Mostly being able to log out, mostly, you know, not crashing and so forth. And if that happens, then it just can't go forwards because, like with my most recent series of Zero to Hero, there was, I think, one episode and then everything just went to crap. So I ended up having to stop it because I can't keep an episodic playthrough going if the consistency between episodes is not there, based on bugs and so forth. But the off-grid stuff, which is not necessarily flowing episodically, but more one-offs, but it can be sometimes episodic. If I'm like playing it, you know, and things are spawning in fine, then I'll do that as well. But yeah, it's really dependent on a few things, but that's the plan. So yeah, post 4.0 live is when I'm going to do that. Yeah, once it's stable enough, that's it. There's a lot of dependencies on it, and it's... I always want to do them. I always do. I always crave doing those series, but I can't beat my head against a wall for too often. For too long, it gets painful. You have a question, Fitton. How you doing? What's your current go-to starter ship? Career starters included. Currently, I just generally gravitate to the Vulture. It's a really nice one for off-gridding, for living the way I want to live, which, you know, we've coined off-gridding. It's just the way I like to play. But also making money if you find something. So if you, like, I love the organic gameplay. You know, you stumble upon a ship that's been there for however long because a player left it, whatever happened to the player. Then I salvage it. If I didn't have the salvaging ship, I would just try and loot stuff, but you'd have to leave the ship there. So having a Vulture is just really nice because you can just get on and clear it away. Welcome, by the way, Fitton. Are you doing all right, mate? Oh, I see. So 90% of falling through planets for you is fixed by deleting the shader folder and having a good internet connection. That's interesting. Big Welshman, how you doing? Biggest excitement for 1.0 will be that I can try to do a long rock mining run. I can fit 20 SEU comfortably in front of the rock in your Freelancer Max. I want to fill it without worrying about crashes. Yeah, to me, the biggest excitement for 1.0, believe it or not, is just no more wipes. Because then progression is a thing. We can actually play and attain and acquire things. I am a bit of a loot goblin, if you haven't if you couldn't tell. And all these random, like when I played Starfield for the time that I did, I was collecting all the plants and all the various props and just putting them in my home, in my apartment area in the base. So for me, it's going to be no more wipes, being able to actually progress and build, but not have it all wiped and reset, you know? So check out my, there should be on my YouTube, Tennis, a series, like an off-grid series, and sort of run through them. It's essentially just living out in the verse without going to cities, space stations, just living at settlements, flying around and seeing what I can find based on what other players have been doing. That's essentially what it is. Since we had persistence, like true persistence, where things persist from play session to play session, it opened up that whole way of just living out in the verse and never knowing what you're gonna find, and that got really exciting for me. So yeah, that's all it is. It's not, you know, it's not true to the form, true to the word of off-gridding, because sometimes you do have to go back to places, but it's just a coinable term to explain what I'm doing. Yo, Jay Davis, how you doing? Pyro is gonna be awesome from what I saw exploring it. Wish the PTU was more stable though. Yeah, hopefully now we're gonna start seeing optimizations come in, because like yourself, playing the PTU was mind-blowing. There is so much to Pyro in terms of locations, and if they can get any of those missions in, that is going to be beautiful. But I'm hoping we can see reputation missions with the gangs and so forth. But off-gridding and living that, like doing what I do generally in Pyro, is going to be a lot of fun. Just got to be more careful, I guess. Take your time, do it the way you are comfortable with, and do it for your own satisfaction. If it's all good, people will tell you. If it's all bad, they definitely will tell you, lol. Yeah, absolutely. How do I loot? You need to take a box with you, and then bring that over to the location you're looting, and just, like, swap it over. Get it out. Get it, like, if you're looting a person, you get it out of the person into the ground, and then you go into the box. If you're looting a ship, take a box with you, but you might still need to bring it out into the... Yeah, you can just go into the inventory, can't you, and just lob it into your box. It can be a bit fiddly, but there's ways to do it. That's what I do. But taking a box with you is handy. It's really hard to loot when you're first starting out, because obviously things are physical. You can't just magic bag everything. The Variety Evening, how are you doing? Thank you for joining us. I would love to see my Mustang Beta get a storage locker and a gun rack. Yeah, I don't know about the Mustang Beta. It's obviously sort of categorized with the starting lineup, but I think it'll likely be the Mustang Alpha and the Aurora MS, maybe ES and so forth, getting gold standard first. Whether they do the full range of Auroras and Mustangs, that would be nice, and it would kind of make sense because it would all tie over, but I suppose the Beta is a bit of an outlier with its interior Winnebago style thing. Yeah, exactly, Dank. And yeah, finding components is going to be more important, because there's going to be more unique ones to find, and they all have actual better attributes now. So so one thing I always loved about off-gridding was coming across a ship that had upgraded its components, because with the upgraded components you can sell them, but also use them. And often I would come across a really, a ship that's had all of its components upgraded, and I'll take it, but they're always the same components. Going forwards with all of these changes to components, people are going to do it more because there's more reason to. Plus, you're going to find more, and you're going to be able to sell them or use them, or bring them back to Stanton and sell them there. Hyberito, welcome, thank you for the follow. The Brick of Zen. That's the Aurora, yeah. Yeah, check out the series, Tennis. If you haven't played that long, mate, check out the series and just sort of... That kind of breaks down what I do. You are more than welcome, Topper. Thank you for watching them, by the way. I do appreciate it. Thing is, like, I've been here long enough to know that things aren't going to be running smooth every single time. And also, while the core tech is rolling out, like, Cruz, a friend of mine who's very much in the know of, like, all the core tech and stuff, said the next 2 years, this was a couple of years back, or the next 2 years are going to be the hardest ever, because we're going to see a lot of problems with performance and so forth, ones that we haven't seen before now that they're rolling out the core tech. It's going to be very challenging. And, you know, the optimist in me was like, I'll be fine, But it has been really challenging, more so than ever. But we're actually getting to the end point of that now with 4.0 and server meshing. So if you've made it this long, just hold on, right? And just let's see how it goes. But yeah, when things get bad, I don't play. Like I say, my vision is on 1.0 and beyond. The alpha, I'll take it or leave it, depending on how well it's playing. I'm quite happy to sit here and chat to you lot about Star Citizen, than put myself through hell playing a game that has bugs and issues when they do. When things are smoother or more optimized, then I'll jump in and I'll play more. But it's literally a day-by-day thing, depending on the patches we get and the state of each build. But yeah, right now, I'm enjoying 4.0. I'm not really bothered about jumping into the live build to play. But hopefully this next 4.0 build will be much smoother, and I'll jump in and I'll play that for a long time. Yeah, I think a lot of people are hoping for a wipe, actually, Red. There's, I think the majority want it. Not everybody, but the majority do. It's 4.0 live in the PU. No, Ivan, I don't think so. I think, yeah, people are playing it, but it's on the EPTU for Wave 1, but it's, I'll catch you next time, Topper. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know how well it's running right now. Who's that, Sandman? Sorry? Who are we talking about? You've noticed in 4.0 last night at Cuts and Crows there was no military components. I think what they've done is they've taken the military components and put them into hard-to-reach places like contested zones. So in order to acquire them directly, you've got to go to those places, which is going to be challenging. That's kind of like a reward. Not to say that that will be the only way of getting them. Maybe for 4.0 it will, but that's not the only way to get hold of them in 4.0, because you could wait for someone who have got them to either sell them, you know, find them, buy them, loot them. But yeah, I think that's the intention. Elswin, welcome. The Last Starfighter theme. I'm pretty sure I've heard that. I can't remember though. I've seen it, but I can't remember. You have a feeling that the next year or so is going to be rough. I'm actually hoping we've gone through the hardest part, and now it's just about optimizing the tech. I think getting to this point was difficult because, but you know, they've said themselves that most of the legwork has been done for this. So, you know, with persistence and so forth. So I'm really hoping that, not to say it's going to be easy, but I'm really hoping that the majority of the real difficult phases are now done, or this is the last of that. And from here on out, it's just more optimizing, but we'll see. When do you think they will start to really optimize? Do you mean as... Probably not for a while. I mean, the thing is, it's a real oddity with Star Citizen, because optimizations in games don't usually come until towards the end, right? That, you know, all the gameplay's in, all the systems are in, the core tech is in for a long time. Now they can really start optimizing. But Star Citizen is a bit of an anomaly, because you've got a playable alpha now where they need a certain level of optimizations, but they're also bringing in not just new gameplay features that need bug fixing and optimizations, but also core tech. So I suppose once they get dynamic server meshing and the whole server meshing thing and the foundational tech done, like completely done, and it's just gameplay features, then they will likely start optimizing a lot more. But then once they get all of 1.0's features set, they will do a big optimization pass to then roll that out. That's my expectation anyway. Wave 1, Mohammed. Wave 1 right now. Thank you, Doomer. Yeah, we've got a new 4.0 patch coming this evening, though. So hopefully that'll have a lot of bug fixes and optimizations from over the weekend. Yeah, they do try to do as much as possible, but in terms of optimizations, but there's a lot more that they would obviously want to do. Oh, Cruz. No, I haven't heard from him in a while. I think he's living now in Brussels or Belgium, and he's started a new job, got a new apartment, got a new PC, but I think he's just taking a bit of a break for now. But he's doing all right from what I understand. You think Valve is giving away Half-Life 2 on stream for free? Very nice. As Mac has said, if you want to loot, bring a box with you. Most ships have a cargo grid, and when the fighting is over, track to beam all the bodies into the ship. Yeah, strip them down inside the ship, and then loot the boxes into your box. That's a good call. Take the looted bodies and track to beam them into a pile outside your ship and fly away. And then when someone else comes along, they're like, what the hell happened here? I like that. Jins, thank you for the follow. We've actually reached the end of the music there from Pedro. That was the full playlist. Blimey. No, exactly, Morink. Technically, there's no point in optimizing when things are going to change, but because they know it's a live environment where players can, we're playing it, there needs to be some level of optimization. So again, it's that double-edged sword. They generally in game development, optimizations comes towards the end. But because we're playing it now, they need to do something now. But yeah, it's always a catch-22, really. Shamu, how you doing? Should I buy the game now or wait for the free? Wait for the free fly. We've got a big patch on the way, which is the biggest step up we've had ever. And you could play now. And I mean, I don't know what the live servers are like. They seem to be getting better. We've got a new live release coming soon with some hot fixes and stuff. But the other downside is that if you wait for the free fly during the event, it can often be less good than when the event isn't on, because there's a lot more people coming in, right? So there's that to cater for. So try the free fly and just see what you think. And if you enjoy it, if there's enough there for you and your PC can handle it, then consider buying it. But at the very least, you don't need to buy. You can always just watch and follow the development. But yeah, I would say wait for 4.0. Try the free fly just to kind of gauge whether it's something you can get into. But wait for 4.0 if you're not wanting to play or buy it during the event, because 4.0 is going to be a huge step up in a lot of areas, because it's a whole new foundational tech coming in. But saying that, they often have discounts on for the free fly, so it might be worth snapping one up then, and then intending to play once 3.4 goes live. It's a difficult one, if you don't mind the bugs and stuff. We're in a real difficult stage right now where there's a lot of moving parts and things are going all over the place, technically. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So yeah, it's a difficult one, but always take advantage of the free fly if you haven't bought already, just to kind of gauge, the first idea of whether it's worth getting into. Yeah, make sure you're on an SSD. 32 gig of RAM is better than 16 by all means. Yeah, don't try and put it on a hard drive. It just won't work. Are they taking it down now, Rhino? Yeah, they're not stupid. I know a lot of people think they are. They're not stupid. They know what they need to do. Do they normally have a referral? Yes, I think they do. A referral bonus. Usually they do, I think, for the IAE. We used to call it optimization in reason during development. Basically, anything to stop the top 5 frequent complaints right here. Space Monkey, welcome. Star Citizen 4.0 is impressive, but struggles with server-wide lag and data-related delays. These challenges seem tied to optimizations rather than gameplay design. Yeah, and as we have heard, now their focus is optimizing this tech. Oh, not yet, sorry, Rhino. Time for you to make another account, Red. But yeah, there's... I'm really hoping to see these optimizations come in, and hopefully from 4.0 being released to live, we actually get to see performance improvements, stability improvements. It would be very nice after all this time waiting for it. 32 is the new 16, it certainly is, and you have 64. Because of Tarkov, I think you'll be alright. I think Tarkov is similar to Star Citizen in terms of its demands. It's quite CPU intensive as well, isn't it, Tarkov? Yeah, you could always go with the cheapest pack and upgrade later, absolutely. Yeah, this one's old, because it's the old, it's 12 years ago, Squadron 42 trailer, very old. But on that note, I have to go. I have reached the end of the stream. What pointers, tips would you give someone who wants to do the upcoming free flight, other than telling them to be patient with bugs? Go away from the main landing zones. Don't, like, when you spawn in, what tends to happen is you're spawning into a main landing zone, and you know there's a huge entity count where the performance can be very much hit hard, especially when there's an event going on, because everybody is in the same location, and they're all spawning ships, and they're most likely going to be all spawning the Polaris, and it's going to be a nightmare for a lot of people. But the minute you get away from these big settlements, you start to see the performance and you start to see the smoothness. My advice is take on like a basic delivery mission and just sort of see the sights a bit. Travel around. Go to places like Astor's Clearing, these settlements, rather than sticking to the planets. And you don't always have to do missions. You can just fly about and just check out what the world has to offer. Get used to flying, you know. It's still quite restrictive in terms of what there is available, but there is quite a bit available, but it takes time to learn that. And if you're in a free fly with a limited time space, you kind of wanted to try everything in one go. So get out of the landing zones and just see what's out there. Take on a couple of missions, like a delivery mission. Maybe get a multi-tool, go mining. Even ask in chat to borrow ships. People will, you know, go and rent the ships from the halls, and then get out of there. Yeah, thank you, Ramoin. So 324.3 is going, a new build with a lot of hot fixes is coming into the PTU today. That is going to be a potential live candidate, release candidate for live later on. So hopefully that'll go live. That is the IAE patch. There is a new 4.0 build coming to the ePTU for Wave 1 again. No word on whether that's expanding. Probably isn't. But hopefully it has a lot more optimizations, bug fixes, and so forth. We do. We need aliens, Arez. We certainly do. Welcome, by the way. Yeah, we do. It'll be nice to see them come along. Yo, snap ahead. Is this the PEPTU? This isn't me playing. This is a video in the background. I'm sorry, Valicor. I'm sorry, mate. How you doing? Start the stream again. Oh, yeah, the ATCQs. Ooh. Yeah, anyway, I've got to go. I will be back. So we're on Monday, aren't we? So we're at the brand new week. We've got a new patch coming out for 4.0, which is great news. We've got 324.3 coming out for a live candidate, which is great news. Starting the week off good. Where we will be at the end of the week for 4.0 is yet to be seen, of course, but I'm excited. Things are moving. Now they're optimizing. Let's hope that we can get a much playable experience going forward, which is usually the case. Always the case, actually, with a new build. There's, you know, and anytime they put any patch out, it starts off rough. It gets better. Wonko, how you doing? I will be back on Wednesday. You're more than welcome, by the way, but thank you, sir. I'll be back on Wednesday. Again, 2 while 6. Gonna try and stick to doing both YouTube and Twitch streams. Hopefully by that point I'll have had some time to action Sandman's probably an enormous list of what he would like. My streams are possible thanks to Sandman. Without him and my other mods as well, they would be absolutely a mess. I wouldn't even likely be able to go live because they are the ones that know how to do all this stuff. And I just do what they tell me, even if it is very delayed. They tell me to do something, and then months later I'll do it, and they're like, finally. But thank you, Sandman. Thank you, mods. I do appreciate your help. And yeah, hopefully we can sort out YouTube so it's on par with what's available on Twitch. It's gone pretty well. It's actually gone smoother than I thought. It's getting harder to keep up with the chat because there's 2 streams to get on with, but I think it's working all right. It's funny seeing some of you guys on Twitch, though, in YouTube. I feel like you're traitors to Twitch. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. You do what you need to do, but yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, what are you doing here? But yeah, hopefully we have good news this week with the way things are going. Other than that, I don't think there's much more to say. I will see you all. Oh, how do I pass the stream on to with this? I guess I can do it. I can send all the Twitch people to a new streamer, but I don't know how I raid. I don't think I can raid someone on YouTube if they're not streaming. So I think if you're on YouTube right now, when I pass the stream on, it's just going to end for you. But thank you all for hanging out and joining me over on YouTube. It's nice to see you, because a lot of you are completely new to my streams, so appreciate that. Right, let me just find someone to pass it on to. Again, if you want to join them, you'll have to hop over to Twitch to see him. Oh, we've got Detox. He is trying to trade in Pyro. Hang on, is TOBII Tracker 5 20% off again? Let me pass it on to... He's just starting as well, which is great. Yeah, he's just gone live. Let's send it his way. / raid Detox. Detox. So, you on Twitch, enjoy. You on YouTube, thank you so much for joining me. I don't think it's going to send you over there. I can't think how that would work. But yeah, you're all rock stars. I'll see you in the verse. This is my end screen, courtesy of Piss Poor Pete. Have a great evening. Here's to some good news tonight. And I'll see you all on Wednesday. Bye-bye.